Thank you, Mr. President. I move a call of the Senate.
A call of the Senate has been moved and properly sustained. Will the sergeants please close the doors, allow no senators to leave, and return those who are absent from the chambers? Will the clerk please call the roll?
Senators Baisley, Bridges, Buckner, Coleman, Cutter, Danielson, Exum, Fields, Fields, Gardner, Janal, Gonzalez, Hansen, Henriksen, Jaquez Lewis, Kirkmeyer, Kolker, Liston, Lundin, Marchman, Moreno, Mullica, Pelton B, Pelton R, Priola, Rich, Roberts, Rodriguez, Simpson, Smallwood, Sullivan, Van Winkle, Will, Winter, Zenzinger, Baisley, Buckner, Exum, Gardner, Gonzalez, Hansen, Kolker, Liston, Lundin, Marchman, Mullica, Pelton B, Pelton R, Roberts, Simpson, Smallwood, Van Winkle, Will, Winter, Winter, Zenzinger, Baisley, Buckner, Exum, Gardner, Gonzalez, Kolker, Liston, Lundin, Mullica, Pelton B, Pelton R, Simpson, Smallwood, Van Winkle, Will, Zenzinger, Baisley, Bridges, Exum, Gardner,
And then start doing some of this.
Majority Leader Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the call be raised.
The motion is to raise the call. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the call is raised. Committee reports.
May 1st, 2023, the Committee on Judiciary, after consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following. House Bill 1199 be amended as follows, and as so amended be referred to the Committee on Appropriations with favorable recommendation. House Bill 1086 be referred favorably to the Committee on Appropriations. House Bill 1133 be referred favorably to the Committee on Appropriations. House Bill 1138 be referred favorably to the Committee on Appropriations. May 1st, 2023, the Committee on Transportation and Energy, after consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following. House Bill 1069 be referred favorably to the Committee on Appropriations. House Bill 1252 be referred favorably to the Committee on Appropriations. Committee on Transportation, May 1st, 2023, the Committee on Transportation and Energy, after consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following. House Bill 1242 be amended as follows, and as so amended be referred to the Committee on Appropriations with favorable recommendation.
Introduction of bills.
House Bill 1146, Representative Valdez, Senator Rodriguez, concerning a prohibition against an employer taking adverse action against an employee who accepts a gratuity and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Appropriations.
House Bill 1281, Representatives Titone and Vigil, Senator Cutter and Priola, concerning measures to advance the use of clean hydrogen in the state and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Finance.
House Bill 1284, Representatives Gray Kennedy and Leiter, Senator Mullica, concerning modifications to the property tax deferral program.
Appropriations.
House Bill 1291, Representatives Joseph and Gonzalez Gutierrez, Senator Winter F. and Fields, concerning procedures for expulsion hearing officers and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
State Veterans Military Affairs.
House Bill 1296, Representatives Ortiz and Harrod, Senator Winter F., concerning the creation of a task force to study issues related to the rights of Coloradans with disabilities and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
State Veterans Military Affairs.
House Bill 1306, Representatives Harrod and Soper, Senators Gardner and Coleman, concerning the use of social media administered by an elected official that is not supported by government resources and in connection therewith allowing an elected official to restrict or bar an individual from using the social media administered by the elected official for any reason, including attempting to chill the speech of another individual.
State Veterans Military Affairs. Wait. The Senate will. Special orders. Second reading of bills. Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I resolve that the Senate resolve itself into the Committee of the Whole for consideration of special orders, second reading of bills.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the motion is adopted. The Senate will resolve itself into the Committee of the Whole for the consideration of the special orders, second reading of bills. Senator Gonzalez will take the chair.
The committee will come to order, and the coat rule is relaxed for staff, sergeants, Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move the committee proceed out of order for consideration of House Bill 1233.
The motion is to proceed out of order to take up House Bill 1233. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and we will take up 1233. Ms. Cole, will you please read the title to House Bill 1233?
House Bill 1233, Representatives Morrow and Valdez, Senators Priola and Winter F. concerning energy efficiency and in connection therewith requiring the State Electrical Board to adopt rules facilitating electric vehicle charging in multifamily buildings, limiting the ability of the State Electrical Board to prohibit the installation of electric vehicle charging stations, forbidding private prohibitions on electric vehicle charging and parking, requiring local governments to count certain spaces served by an electric vehicle charging station for minimum parking requirements, forbidding local governments from prohibiting the installation of electric vehicle charging station, exempting electric vehicle chargers from business personal property tax, and authorizing electric vehicle charging systems along highway rights of way.
Here it is. I got it.
Senator Priola.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1233. There are no committee reports.
That is a proper motion to the bill.
Madam Chair, members, this is an important bill that will help get access to electrified vehicles to middle income and those lower income Coloradans. It will benefit them a number of ways, both through cleaner air, lower cost of fuel, lower maintenance. It will also mesh with a lot of the legislation that's been ran at the federal level. This bill has had thorough stakeholder work for months, been through the other chamber, and now it is here before us on seconds. We have a number of amendments coming that have also been thoroughly stakeholdered the prior days, thus it's been circling on the calendar. So I would ask for an aye vote on 1233.
Senator Pelton B.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I had the pleasure of seeing this bill in committee, and I do have some problems with it, and I let the bill sponsors know, and I'd like to kind of dive into some of the issues that I have. So let's go ahead and start in section 1. So section 1 is the ledge deck, and it talks about how Colorado has adopted the economy-wide greenhouse gas emission goals of, at minimum, a 26% reduction by 2025, a 50% reduction by 2030, and a 90% reduction at 2050. The governor's Colorado Greenhouse Gas Pollution Reduction Roadmap, released on January 14th, 2021, identified transportation as a leading source of greenhouse gas pollution and identified vehicle electrification as a key strategy for reducing the greenhouse gas pollution from the transportation sector. Now, when we get down here to D, when it says sales of electric vehicle, it currently accounts for more than 10% of all new vehicle sales in Colorado, and this market share is projected to increase more than by 80% by 2032. So my thoughts is that the market could take over and not be forced by this legislation on providing those EV chargers. So it says multifamily housing, this is E, multifamily housing that is constructed today will need to accommodate much higher levels of electric vehicles within the lifetime of these buildings. Here's the part that I agree with the sponsors of the bill, and I said this in committee, that it is far less expensive to build vehicle-capable parking spaces at the time of the initial construction than in retrofits. Requiring new buildings to include electric vehicle charging infrastructure will enable faster and more equitable options of electric vehicles to avoid costly future retrofits for the electric vehicle charging. Now, my thoughts on how we could fix this bill would be if it's truly says about the sales of electric vehicles currently account for more than 10% of Colorado, but it's going to be 80%, that the market could take care of itself and we could offer incentives with the IIJA money that's coming down to provide those electrification of the vehicles. So I had several discussions and trying to find amendments to fix some of this stuff, and I worked towards some of them, and then I'm going to move further into the bill to really talk about where we're going to probably talk about amending it. So on section 2, part 3, it says no later than September 1st, 2023, that the board shall make rules for requiring that to obtain an electric permit under this Article 115 on or after March 1st, 2024, a permit applicant must comply with the EV power transfer infrastructure's requirements for multifamily buildings in the Model Ready Electric Solar or Solar Ready Code. So one of the things that I was talking about was these site plans. And so these communities have to have, or local governments that have adopted these electric ready and solar ready codes, they have site plans. And the site plans, what they do is they tell you things like how big the utilities have to be at that site, how much electricity that site's going to take, or how big that site needs to be for parking spaces per units, and how many garages that site would have to have. I mean, it goes on and on and on. Some of these site plans for some of these communities takes a while to approve. For instance, Arvada takes 12 to 16 months to approve that site plan. Brighton, 18 to 19 months to approve a site plan. Inglewood, 12 to 16 months to approve the site plan. Castle Rock, 20 months. Denver, 24 plus months. So these are site plans that have to be approved for the site plans have to be approved to have these solar or electric ready and solar ready codes. In section 2, 12-115-107, it talks about C, where it says this subsection applies to electric permits for new construction of or major renovations. What does major renovation mean? I mean, that's kind of up in the air on major renovations. Does it talk 51%, 60%, 35%? In D of that same section, we're talking about in promulgating the rules required under this subsection of this section, the board shall ensure all requirements adopted in the rules are in compliance with the requirements of the National Electrical Code as amended under this subsection. So, being an electrician, I have the National Electric Code right here, and I looked up this subsection that they were talking about, and it was talking about electric vehicle power transfer systems. So when they talk about vehicle chargers in the actual code book, it says electric vehicle transfer systems. So part 1 of that is that this article covers the electrical conductors and equipment conducting an electric vehicle to premise wiring for the purpose of charging power, export, or bidirectional current flow. So that's what this section does, and it's several pages long. So the definition is 625.2. The following definitions shall apply only to this within this article. Cable management systems, an apparatus designed to control and organize the output cable to the electric vehicle or to the primary pad. Charger power converter, the device used to convert energy from the power grid to the high frequency output of the wireless power transfer. The electric vehicle connector, the device that when electrically coupled, conductive or inductive, to the electric vehicle inlet establishes an electrical connection to the electric vehicle for the purpose of power transfer and information exchange. N says the electric vehicle power export equipment, or EVPE, the equipment including the outlet on the vehicle that is used to provide electrical power at voltage greater than or equal to 30 VAC or 60 VDC to loads external to the vehicle using a vehicle as the source of the supply. So, electrical vehicle supply equipment. Electrical vehicle supply equipment is the conductors included the underground or grounded and the equipment grounding conductors and the electric vehicle connections, attachment plugs, personal protective system, and all other fittings, devices, power outlets, or apparatus installed specifically for the purpose of transferring energy between the premise wiring and the electric vehicle. Now we're going to talk about the fastening in place. Mounting means of the equipment in which fastening means are specifically designed to permit periodical movement without the use of a tool for relocation, interchangeable maintenance, or repair. Fixed in place mounting means of the EVSE attached to a well surface with fasteners that require a tool to be removed. Output cable to the electric vehicle, an assembly consisting of the length of the flexible EV cable, and an electric vehicle connector supplying the power to the electrical vehicle. Output cable to the primary pad, a multi-conductor shielded cable assembly consisting of conductors to carry the high frequency energy and any status signals between the charger, power converter, and the primary pad. So the personal protective system is a system or personal protection device and constructional features that when used together provide protection against electric shock of personnel. Portable, as applied to the EVSE, is a device intended for the indoor or outdoor use that can be carried from the charging location to the vehicle when not in use. The power supply cord is an assembly consisting of an attachment plug and length or flexible cord that connects equipment to a receptacle. The primary pad is a device external of the EV that transfers power via the contactless coupling as part of the wireless power transfer system. Wireless power transfer system, or the WPT, is the transfer of electrical energy from the power source to an electrical load via electric and magnetic fields or waves by the contactless inductive means between a primary and secondary device. Wireless power transfer equipment consists of a charger, power converter, and a primary pad to the two devices that are either separate units or contained within one enclosure. Now we're on 625.4, the voltages that are used in electric vehicle chargers. Unless other voltages are specific, the nominal AC system voltage of 120/240 volt system, or the 208Y/120, and then there's also 240, 480 volt Y, or 277, and then there's also a 480 volt, 600 volt Y/347, or 600 volt, and 1,000 volts and DC system voltages of up to 1,000 volts shall be used to supply equipment covered by this article. 625.5 listed. All equipment covered by the scope of this article shall be listed. That's a UL listing or United Laboratories. That's what that means. So part 2, equipment construction. So 625.17, cords and cables. A, power supply cord. The cable for cord-connected equipment shall comply with all of the following. 1, of any type specified in 625.17 BI or hard service cord, junior hard service cord, or portable power or cable types in accordance with table 400.4, hard service cord, junior hard service cord, or portable power cord types shall be listed as applicable for the exposure to oil and damp and wet lake locations. 2, have an ampacity or specified in table 400.5 A1 for 8 AWG or American wire gauge is what that means, and larger in the 60-degree C columns of the table 400.5 A2. Have an overall length as specified in either of the following. A, when the interrupting device of the personal protection equipment specified in 625.22 is located within the enclosure of the supply equipment or charging system, the power supply cord shall be not more than the length indicated in I or II. I, for the portable equipment in accordance with 625.44A, the power supply cord shall not be more than 300 mm or 12 inches long. For stationary equipment, this is II, for stationary equipment in accordance with 625.44B, the power supply cord shall not be more than 1.8 meters or 6 foot long, and the equipment shall be installed at a height that prevents the power supply cord from contacting the floor when it's connected to the proper receptacles. B, when the interrupting device of the personal protection system specified in 625.22 is located at the attachment plug or within the first 300 meters, 12 inches of the power supply cord, the overall cord length shall not be greater than 4.6 meters or 15 feet. B, output cable to the electric vehicle. The output cable to the electric vehicle shall be one of the following. Listed type EV, EVJ, EVE, EVJE, EVT, or EVJT flexible cables as specified in table 400.4. Number 2, the integral part of the listed electric vehicle supply equipment, and it has an informational note here. I'm not going to go into that one, but then let's go to C, overall cord and cable length to the actual car. The overall usable length shall not exceed 7.5 meters, 25 feet, unless the equipment with the cable management system that is part of the listed electric vehicle supply equipment. So number 1, portable equipment. For portable EVSE, the cord exposed usable length shall be measured from the face of the attachment plug and to the face of the electric vehicle connector. Number 2, it says fastened in place where the electric vehicle supply equipment is fastened in place. The usable length of the equipment cable shall be measured from the cable exit of the electric vehicle supply equipment to the face of the electric vehicle connector. So on the next one, which is D, interconnecting cable system, other cable systems that are an integral part of the listed EVSE and are intended to interconnect pieces of equipment within the EVSE system using approved installation methods shall be permitted.
Excuse me, Senator Pelton B.
Yes.
Can you help me understand where in 1233 you are reading this from?
Yes, so 1233 actually makes a reference right here on, I think it's section 2, D1, in promulgating the rules required under subsection 3A of this section, the board shall, all requirements adopted in the rules are in compliance with the requirements of the National Electric Code as amended under subsection 2A1 of this section. And this is the National Electric Code that it's referring to.
So you're not reading from the bill, you're reading from,
The National Electric Code, that's what I'm saying, is I'm telling what it means to be in compliance with the bill. It actually referenced the National Electric Code right here, Madam Chair, in D1 of the National Electric Code. It actually references it right here, and the bill must be in compliance, and I'm reading directly from the part that it must be compliance from.
I'm sure that you, given all of your experience as a master electrician, have much more engaging aspects to illuminate this discussion with. Did y'all get that? Senator Pelton B., please proceed.
Thank you. So 625-22, personal protection system. The equipment shall have a listed system of protection against electric shock of personnel where the cord and plug connected equipment is used. The interrupting device of a listed personnel protection system shall be provided according to 625.17a, which we just went through in this book, and a personal protection system that shall not be required for the supplies less than 60 volts DC. Part 3, the installation, which is 625.40, electric vehicle branch circuit. Each outlet installed for the purpose of charging electric vehicles shall be supplied by an individual branch circuit. Each circuit shall have no other outlets. 625-41, the overcurrent protection device of the electric vehicle charging system the overcurrent protection for the feeders and the branch circuits supplying the EVSE, including the bidirectional EVSE or WPTE, shall be sized for continuous duty and shall have a rating of not less than 125% of the maximum load of the equipment. So where non-continuous loads are supplied from each of the same feeder and overcurrent device shall have a rating of not less than the sum of the non-continuous loads plus 125% of the continuous load. So you usually take the nameplate value of that electric vehicle charger and then you add 125% to size your wire. On the 625-42 rating, the power transfer equipment shall have sufficient rating to supply the load service. Electric vehicle charging loads shall be considered to be continuous loads for the purpose of this article. Service and feeder shall be sized in accordance with the product rating where the automatic load management system is used. The maximum equipment load on the service or feeder shall be a maximum load permitted by the automatic load management system. Adjustable settings shall be permitted on fixed in place equipment only if adjustments have an impact on the rating label. Those changes shall be in accordance with the manufacturer's instructions, and the adjusted rating shall appear with sufficient durability to withstand the environment involving with the rating of the label. Electric vehicle supply equipment with restricted access to an ampere adjusting means shall be permitted to have ampere ratings that are equal to the adjusted current settings. Sizing the service and feeder to match the adjusting means shall be permitted. Restricted access shall prevent the user from gaining access to the adjusting means. Restricted access shall be accompanied by at least one of the following. A covered door that requires the use of a tool to open. 2, locked doors accessible to only qualified personnel. 3, password protection commissioning software accessible only to qualified personnel. So now we're going to go through the disconnecting means of the electric vehicle power transfer system. 625.43, disconnecting means for equipment rated more than 60 amps or more than 150 volts to ground. The disconnecting means shall be provided and installed in the readily accessible location. The disconnecting means shall be lockable, open in accordance with 110-25. 625.44, equipment connecting. EVSEs and WPTEs shall be connected to the premise wiring system in accordance with one of the methods in 625.44A through C. A, portable equipment. Portable equipment shall be connected to the premise wiring system by one or more of the following methods. 1, a non-locking 2-pole 3-wire grounding type receptacle, outlet rated 125 volts, single phase, 15 or 20 amps. 2, a non-locking 2-pole 3-wire grounding type receptacle, outlet rated at 250 volts, single phase, 15 to 20 amps. 3, a non-locking 2-pole 3-wire or 3-pole 4-wire grounding type receptacle, rated at 250 volts, single phase, 30 or 50 amps. 4, a non-locking 2-pole 3-wire grounding type receptacle, outlet rated at 60 volts, DC maximum, or 15 or 20 amps. B, fastened in place equipment. Equipment that is fastened in place shall be connected to the premise wiring system by one of the following methods. 1, a non-locking 2-pole 3-wire grounding type receptacle rated outlet rated 125 volts or 250 volts. Single phase up to 50 amps. A non-locking 3-pole grounding type receptacle outlet rated 250 volts. 3-phase up to 50 amps. A non-locking 3-pole 4-wire grounding type receptacle outlet rated 250 volts, single phase, 30 or 50 amps. And then you have a non-locking 2-pole 3-wire grounding type receptacle outlet rating 60 volts DC max, 15 or 20 amps. Fixed equipment, all other ES or EVSE and WPTE shall be permanently wired and fixed in place to the supporting surface. 625.46, the loss of the primary sources. It means that it shall be provided that such upon the loss of voltage from the utility. Okay, all right. So that, you got a pretty much taste on how the electric vehicle power transfer system works. So, basically, so one of the things that we talked about in the bill, and I want to say thank you to the sponsors for helping me, is that we talked about running an amendment to make this more flexible, for the developers that have already put in the site plans, like I talked about, to go ahead and have those site plans accepted if the local government wants them to be accepted. So that's going to be my first amendment.
I thought you would have had that code memorized, Senator Pelton B, but we enjoyed reading from it anyway. That's cool. There is an amendment at the desk. Ms. Cole, will you please read L39 to 1233?
Amendment L039
Senator
by
Pelton B.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move L039.
To the amendment.
Thank you. This is what this does is if a site plan development plan application is submitted to a local government and has been approved by March 1st, 2024, the local government may determine how to apply the requirements of the rules developed in accordance with subsection 3A of the section. So basically what it says is that we're grandfathering all those people in if the local government chooses to do so. And that's what it is.
Senator Priola.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I also want to let the record reflect that the good senator is very adroit at reading from the prior example. But we accept this amendment. It's taken a lot of time and discussion and stakeholdering, and I think it hits the mark and still accomplishes the underlying mandate of the legislation and where the Energy Office would like this to go. So ask for an aye vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before the body, Leader Lundin. Senatorial 5. Seeing no further discussion, the motion before the body is the adoption of L39. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. That amendment is adopted. Senator Pelton B. There is an amendment at the desk. Ms. Cole, will you please read L41 to 1233?
Amendment
Senator
L041.
Pelton B.
Madam Chair, I move L041.
To the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. What this just does is this adds elevator and escalator code to the bill. So if this bill is redone, it doesn't reset the bill to a different date. So that's all this does.
Is there further discussion on L41? Senator Priola.
Yes, I would like to ask the sponsor if it leaves this portion of the elevator and escalator up to local governments so they could decide to opt in or opt out.
Senator Pelton B.
What this code does, it just adds the code to the bill. Thank you.
Senator Winter.
We encourage a yes vote on L041.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before the body is the adoption of L41. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The aye has it, and L41 is adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. Ms. Cole, will you please read L42?
Amendment L0.
Senator Winter,
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move L042.
to the amendment.
This amendment looks lengthy, but is simple in what it's doing. We have talked about disproportionately impacted communities within air, land, water, energy, transportation, and the Environmental Justice Task Force met throughout the summer and the fall talking about recommendations on how to define disproportionately impacted communities. And this streamlines the definition throughout our entire statute so we understand and there's consistency on what we mean by disproportionately impacted communities and allows us to access more federal funding, and I encourage a yes vote.
Is there further discussion on L42? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of L42 to 1233. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and L42 is adopted. Senator Priola.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, that should be it for amendments. I think since the bill's been basically read at length, all there is to do now is ask for an aye vote on 1233.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before the body is the adoption of 1233. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it. House Bill 1233 is adopted. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I request a senatorial 5.
Senate will stand in a senatorial 5. Majority Leader Moreno.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move the committee proceed out of order for consideration of House Bill 1249.
The motion is to proceed out of order to take up House Bill 1249. All those in favor say aye.
Hey.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and we will take up 1249. Ms. Cole, will you please read the title to House Bill 1249?
House Bill 1249, Representative Armagost and Gonzalez Gutierrez, Senators Simpson and Coleman, concerning measures to improve outcomes for young children by replacing justice involvement with community-based services and in connection therewith, making an appropriation.
Senator Simpson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1249.
To the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Colleagues, this is a bill about youth, criminal justice, how we deal with, particularly in this instance, 10, 11, and 12-year-olds. This is really a stretch for me to get involved in the criminal justice system. It's not my forte, it's not my background, short of serving on the interim, that's not an interim committee, the standing committee of how treatment of persons with behavioral health disorders in the criminal justice system was about the extent of my involvement in the criminal justice system. The proponents of this raise the floor. Currently 10-year-olds are as young as individuals that commit offense that can be engaged in the criminal justice system. So the concept is to raise the floor from 10 to 13-year-olds. So I was approached last winter with the first initial conversations about supporting this concept of raising the floor. And as you could imagine, with no background here, I was pretty reluctant and said, well, I understand what you're trying to do and can appreciate that, but it's going to take me some time to better understand what we're trying to accomplish, what the outcomes might be, what are the pros and the cons. And I spent several months contemplating and several conversations with the proponents about this concept of raising the floor. And then I have a very distinct recollection of earlier this year, I believe in February, was an article in the Colorado Sun about the escalation, the exponential increase in youth violence in the state of Colorado. And I remember going to the proponents and saying, I really can't support a bill under those circumstances and scenarios, and kind of withdrew. And then I spent about a week or so actually rethinking this and said, well, look, if youth crime is escalating out of control at that pace, maybe we need to reevaluate and think about how we're treating these 10, 11, and 12-year-olds that potentially end up trapped isn't quite the right word, but engaged in the system, and it leads to more bad behavior by youth. And I happen to be have been involved in the bill structures a collaborative management program. I'm not sure how I got involved 2 years ago in understanding what a collaborative management program was. There's one in the 12th Judicial District in Alamosa County where I live, and reached out and engaged with those folks about this concept. And look, after giving it some lengthy thought and consideration, I said, again, this is an uncomfortable spot for me to be in, but I have conviction that we can do better than what we're doing right now. We have this arbitrary line at 10 years old. If you commit offenses as a 9-year-old, you get treated one way, but if you're 10 years old in a day, you potentially become part of the criminal justice system. Now, I think the judicial system and law enforcement have worked exceptionally hard in not getting those kids embedded in the criminal justice system, but ultimately enough of them do, to the tune of several hundred, about 600 a year in that age range in Colorado, end up in the criminal justice system. And studies have shown once you're exposed and in the system, you're more predisposed to be a repeat offender and end up, in a bad spot as youth. So it really motivated me to step up and, again, get out of my comfort zone and go, I know we can do better in this space. I was really fortunate enough to be able to go down this path with my good friend and senator from Denver, who spent time at my house last Memorial Day. But it was really an honor to work in this space with him and the proponents, get a better understanding of what the challenge is, what the proposed solution can be in this space, and get me to a comfort level to be able to stand up here and engage with my colleagues about, I think there's a better course of action for a 10 and 11 and 12-year-olds, getting them the right services at the right time to keep them from becoming embedded in the system. And you end up thinking about this on both ends of the spectrum, the really heinous crimes that sometimes 10 and 11 and 12-year-olds commit, but also on the other end. I'm a grandpa of a 2-year-old right now, and thinking about him as a 10-year-old and some of the things that a 10-year-old may or may not do, and trying to make sure the system isn't set up that a 10-year-old who makes a mistake that can be perceived as potential criminal offense ends up in the criminal justice system. Lots of horror stories on both ends of the spectrums. I find here a lot of times what we deal with, or I recognize what we deal with here a lot of times is motivated a lot by fear. Fear drives a lot of policy in this space. The fear of changing what we've been doing for decades now is a challenge for folks to think about. But I know through thoughtful engagement and some of the amendments that the good senator from Denver and I have worked on over the last several days put us in a space, I think, that certainly makes the policy hopefully more palatable for folks that are on, again, that other end of the spectrum, that think what we're doing now works well. And I can speak of when the bill was heard in judiciary last week. And I know when you're a supporter and a proponent, sometimes you get blinders on and hear kind of what you want to hear. But that night in testimony was 5 hours of testimony. and the opponents to the bill routinely highlighted that both what we have now is the best, is working reasonably well, but at the same time also said what we're doing now is not working. So we're in both spaces. And this was really an opportunity to sit down, think about how we can construct this, pattern this off of what some other states are doing as well, and thinking about that arbitrary line we've established between 9 and 10-year-olds. And so it was with that thought and consideration, lots of conversations with my family. Ironically, yesterday, a lunch with my wife's family that consisted of 5 educators that teach in this same age range we're talking about, and some of the challenges that they face and the frustrations that they face, and thinking about how this policy might impact, again, those youth in 4th, 5th, 6th grade, 7th grade. And thinking, again, I'm confident what the path we're going down can make a difference in those kids' lives and in our community and the criminal justice system.
Senator Coleman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And members, again, thank you for the opportunity to present this bill. I'm grateful for my colleague and the work that's been done, all the stakeholders and the folks who've been involved, both proponents and opponents. And I will just echo a few comments that my co-prime shared. In the conversation around this policy, we talked about how the things that are currently in place sometimes work, sometimes don't. They're not perfect. And that something should be done to improve the system. The bottom line is, we don't want perfect to be the enemy of good. Everybody agrees that we should do something to improve the system. And I think some folks think that this necessarily isn't the right solution. For us, there's been multiple years of stakeholding, hundreds literally of meetings to figure out what the best solutions are to make sure our children are not just put into a criminal justice system that reinforces certain behaviors, but actually helps them to not have those same behaviors moving forward. For us, we drafted a ton of amendments, not for what was politically expedient, but because we actually heard from folks in committee who talked about some of the most egregious crimes. There are things that you might hear tonight. And for us, that didn't set well with us. So for us, we wanted to make sure we addressed those crimes. We wanted to make sure that the victims, in particular, who came and spoke and shared their stories knew that we heard them, and not just say, hey, thanks for coming, but also to draft amendments that helped address some of those concerns. And frankly, we knew going into this that there were amendments that we would draft that ultimately would be drafting for the purpose of addressing some concerns that folks shared, that ultimately they were never going to be supportive of the bill anyways. And that's okay, because we didn't draft the amendments for any particular groups. We drafted those amendments for those folks who came and shared concerns, including DAs, including law enforcement, and victims' rights associations. So that being said, we don't want to belabor, we want to get right to it.
There is an amendment at the desk. Ms. Cole, will you please read 129 to House Bill 1249?
Amendment L129 by
Senator
Senator
Coleman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move L129.
To the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This amendment is to address the stakeholder concerns for a very small but troubling set of cases. This would provide a tool for a district attorney to bring cases into the juvenile justice system if there's a high risk to public safety and a CMP would be ineffective to address that risk. Where there is probable cause to believe that a child has committed a felony sex assault, a district attorney will have the opportunity to file a motion with the court and in hearing before a judge demonstrate that prosecution of the child is necessary because the child poses a substantial risk to others and the local CMP is unable to guard against that risk. If a judge agrees with the district attorney, the case will proceed through the juvenile court. And if not, the child will be referred to the CMP for services. The district attorney must consult with the victim or victim's designee before filing the motion. The reason why we thought this was important, members, is because we wanted to make sure that a DA had the discretion to go before a judge and speak to whether or not an incident with a child in this age range was something that was egregious. And that's not something that I should determine. That should be something that a victim and their family determines, the DAs can help determine, and the judge ultimately makes a ruling on. This is important to make sure that we didn't just have one carve-out for homicide, that we address an additional carve-out that we specifically heard from victims. There are many issues that we face in our criminal justice system. This is one specifically that multiple individuals came and spoke about in committee, and we wanted to make sure, again, that we didn't just hear them, that we acted on that. This is not about what a group thinks is best. It's about what victims think is best. And we heard from victims groups who said they appreciated this amendment and they believed it moved in the right direction. We ask for an aye vote.
Senator Simpson.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and it's important to note the standard in the rebuttable presumption is clear and convincing evidence that the child possesses a substantial risk to another and the local collaborative management plan is not meeting the needs of that child. It was really important, again, to establish a mechanism for the district attorneys to weigh in short of a direct carve-out, again, because the only current carve-out in the legislation is for murder. And that means if it's a carve-out, the offender goes into the juvenile justice system and then gets processed. Under this rebuttable presumption, they're not actually in the criminal justice system. So they still avoid that, what we think is important, that initial contact. But it affords the opportunity for due process, for the DAs to evaluate the circumstances and consider whether they can present clear and convincing evidence that the child is indeed presents a threat. And if the judge rules that in support of that, then that child then becomes processed in the criminal justice system, exactly like they would today. Ask for your support of L129.
Senator Mullica.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the sponsors for that explanation, and really appreciate the work that you're putting in on this bill. And I've had conversations with both of you offline about this bill, and appreciate the fact that homicide has been carved out, and obviously through our conversations regarding this bill offline, I've voiced my concern to both of you, the sexual offense natures that potentially can come about, and the serious bodily injury. And my question, I guess, when I look at this amendment, and definitely appreciate the work you're doing, but when we look at Amendment L129, we've carved out homicide a certain way in this bill, but we're going to carve out these offenses a separate way. Why wouldn't we be consistent in the same way that we're carving out homicide and capture these offenses, which I think are important to a significant amount of people? I know they're important to people in my community, and why wouldn't we be treating them the same way and having that carve out, instead doing it in a different way in L129 and treating those differently?
Senator Simpson.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and the good senator from Thornton, and the question. Again, it goes back to the basic kind of presumption of the policy of this bill is to keep the children out of, by default, keeping them out of the criminal justice system. So the carve-out in murder puts them immediately into the criminal justice system. This rebuttable presumption affords them an opportunity of not being in the criminal justice system, but it allows the district attorney to evaluate the circumstances, and again, under clear and convincing circumstances, then can ask the judge that indeed then the child then does become part of the criminal justice system. It's just the carve out under murder is an automatic. This was a step to, again, the premise of the policy is to keep the child out of the criminal justice system because they just become, not all of them, but the tendencies are for them to become entrenched in the system. That's the difference.
Further discussion? I had Senator Kirkmeyer in the queue. Senator Van Winkle.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I do I'm trying to work my way through this amendment here because we did hear in committee repeatedly from, we heard from a mom of a child whose 5-year-old was raped by a 12-year-old. We heard from a parent of a 6-year-old who was raped, and their 6-year-old was raped and brutalized so bad that they had to be hospitalized for a long period of time. And then we heard from another parent whose child will only leave the home now following their rape by a 12-year-old to go to their therapy sessions because they had to pull them from school. And the bill, as it came out of committee the other day, actually does legalize rape if it's done by a 12-year-old. And a 12-year-old rapist could continue prior to this amendment to have unwanted and repeated contact with his victim. And the system, according to the reading of the original bill, is powerless to do anything about it except to hold another meeting with the Collaborative Management Board. So now enter this amendment, and it seems like it gives the system more to work with and district attorneys more to work with in those cases that we heard in committee. But working the way through it here, it says the district attorney may file a motion with the court requesting this rebuttable presumption hearing within 14 days of the district attorney receiving the information form, and then the district attorney shall consult with the victim. So there's a period of time here, it looks like. So district attorney has 2 weeks, I assume, and help me understand this, because I'm just seeing it for the first time. So there is a rape, a 12-year-old rapes another victim. Then there is, and of course, puberty, the average age of puberty in boys is 11, so the most common ages for puberty is 10, 11, and 12, and of course kids these days, unfortunately, are exposed to a tremendous amount of pornography and other things. But the rape occurs, and then it seems like there's 2 weeks for the district attorney to file a form, and then after that, there's 7 days for a hearing, the court to schedule a hearing for up to 28 additional days at the request of the child. Help me understand just what is the timeline of the new scheme says, because it seems like it's giving the system and district attorneys more to work with so that these cases don't become repeated sexual assaults and that the most heinous crimes can be dealt with. But I'm just not understanding the timeline of the 14 days, the 28 days, and the 7 days.
Further discussion on the amendment. Senator Roberts.
Thank you. Did you want to answer? Yeah. Okay.
Senator Coleman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you. I don't do this very often. The good senator from Highlands Ranch. The reason why we adopted this particular timeline is these timelines are the same as the current timelines in statute for children 9 and under.
Senator Simpson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And again, more often than not, that offender quite often is the victim of sexual abuse at home themselves. Their first engagement with the CMP can highlight some of that, and we can get to the district attorney all the circumstances behind really the criminal behavior of the offender, and enough time to evaluate what are all the circumstances associated with that kind of poor behavior, and make a determination what are the extenuating circumstances behind that to decide whether, again, there's clear and convincing evidence that it's still the child could be a threat to the community, and then to decide whether to pursue through the criminal justice system. I hope that answers the question.
Senator Van Winkle.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and my thanks. And I should also, I'm sorry we went straight into amendments and it talked about the overall bill, but tremendous respect for these bill sponsors. I do know it is a well-intentioned piece of legislation, and I think it's because especially you're very good gentlemen and you assume the best in people, especially children. My worry with the overall legislation is that we're assuming the best in all children when in fact, unfortunately now there are school shooters that are 12-year-olds, there are rapists who are 12-year-olds, and it's not always, there can be very heinous crimes done by 12-year-olds, and that is very sad and is very wrong, but that is kind of where my focus is on, is not on the 90%, but on those fewer, more rare cases of real heinous crimes.
Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you to the bill sponsors for this important discussion, all the work that's gone into this bill. And I'm up here to speak to the amendment and might have some thoughts about the larger bill, but I wanted to address the amendment since we're on this topic, L129. I think it's important to note first that the specific crime that's being called out under this amendment is the crime of sex assault, which is under its own separate crime in statute. But in the 10 years from 2011 to 2021, there were 1,501 cases related to sex crimes committed by this age group that we're talking about, 1,501. Only 8% of those 1,500 cases would fall under this carve-out. That leaves 92% of sex crimes that still would not be exempted or given this rebuttable presumption under this amendment. So those are crimes like sex assault on a child, where the defendant is at 4 years or older than the child, unlawful sexual contact, and incest, not carved out under this amendment. So that's a policy choice that I just want the body to consider. Second, on a larger, more legal perspective here, what we're doing is we are creating a rebuttable presumption that individual DAs can work against if they choose. This sounds to me like an equal protection violation. What this would set up is similarly situated defendants and victims in Colorado could get vastly different treatment based on an individual DA's mindset or determination on that case. The exact same crime could happen in one jurisdiction and the other, and in one jurisdiction, a defendant is going to go through the juvenile justice system, and in the other jurisdiction, they're not, simply based on a DA's decision. That seems like a violation of constitutional rights, and I think makes this amendment questionable at best for the bill. So I just wanted to put that out there. I do appreciate the carving out of these very heinous crimes, or potential carve out if a DA decides to do that, but I just want to point out the legal problem that I think L129 creates.
Senator Mullica.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the good senator from Alamosa earlier for attempting to answer the question that I had in regards to the carve-out for homicide. And I'm not quite sure if I still understand it, though, and that's, I think, I legitimately want to try to figure this out, is that in this bill, we specifically have a carve-out for homicide, which obviously is a significant crime and a crime that obviously causes a lot of harm. But when we look at the crimes that are attempted to be carved out with this, if it's serious bodily injury or sex assault, I didn't hear an answer of why we're not treating that with the same seriousness and just a pure carve out, rather than putting that in the DA's lap. To me, when I think about a child being harmed, and if it's serious bodily injury or anybody being harmed, serious bodily injury or sex assault, I think that falls in a serious category that, I'm wondering why we're not still having that same carve out and treating these differently. And so if I can maybe get an answer to that, I'd appreciate that.
Senator Coleman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So in terms of homicide versus additional carve-outs, explicit carve-outs versus rebuttable presumption, the impetus behind that was this: murder is murder, no matter how you frame it. There's sexual assault, there's serious bodily injury. I think about my daughter. There are kids who are sitting in the criminal justice system in jail because there was no discretion. There was no discussion. I got the cops called on me. I ended up getting arrested. I ended up being detained. And now I'm sitting in a jail cell because somebody said that I slapped them on their behinds. Is that inappropriate? Absolutely, if that happened to my daughter. It's completely inappropriate. That being said, if my daughter was raped in the form of penetration, I hope that we as a body would see some kind of difference and distinguishment between those two. They're both wrong. The question is, what are we trying to do with this bill? The current system is not necessarily trying to rehabilitate, to improve behavior in our kids. The reason why we went the route of a CMP is, again, similar when it comes to serious bodily injury. If an individual was to shoot somebody with a gun and kill them, that's wrong. We did not provide, we carved homicide out of this bill. That's something that you can still go to the criminal justice system for. But when it comes to serious bodily injury, we talk about kids shooting people with guns. That just came up today in our debate. If you shot somebody and they were injured, that person might not have died. But yet and still, there could have been an intent to more than just push somebody at a playground. My son is 12 years old, so is my daughter. He's 5'10". He looks 4 years older than most kids in his class. If he pushes somebody and the cops get called on him, he's gonna get treated differently than most people. There should be some kind of discretion for him than a person that shot somebody with a gun. He could cause serious bodily injury in defending himself. In that case, he should be able to go before a judge if he chooses to, which is another amendment we haven't even gotten to yet, to opt into and not go through this process to defend himself, or he should be able to learn from the mistake that he made. He didn't shoot anybody. He didn't stab anybody with the intent to kill somebody. But more times than not, of the kids the numbers or percentages that were just mentioned, the system is not fair to everybody. When we talk about equality and equity, it's not. For me, I don't believe that we should leave serious bodily injury out. I don't believe we should leave sexual assault and offenses out, which is why, although it is not an entire carve-out because we do not want the system to discriminate on certain kids, we made it so that a DA would have the discretion to make that determination. So I'm gonna say this. I think the problem with discrimination from a DA has less to do about the system and more to do about whether or not we're electing the right people. Because as a DA, if you can't sit down and see the difference between a kid pushing somebody and shooting somebody with a gun, you can't see the difference between those two things, maybe you shouldn't be in that position. The goal is for us to be able to address the behavior in a child, not to reinforce that behavior by putting them in conditions where all they're gonna learn is how to do worse. There's no deterrent to their behavior. I also want to note, because we haven't even gotten to that piece yet, that we have an additional amendment that amends this amendment, which ultimately creates a rebuttable presumption, as it does for felony sex assault, also for violent offenses with SBI, serious bodily injury. But we haven't gotten to that point yet. So thank you to the good senator from Thornton. I appreciate the question. To be clear, all of these offenses are egregious. None of it is okay. But we have to figure out a way to do better than we are currently doing in the system that we have. Every offense that you heard about and witness testimony happened under the current system. So what are we going to do about that? Nothing? The fear is that this bill and the amendments that we're bringing could potentially make it worse. Or we could stay the way that it is and continue to have the same issues that we're having. And I still haven't heard an alternative solution other than carve-outs and let's send this right back into the system where it currently is so we can continue to have the problems that we're having. And while I respect everybody's positions and perspective, sometimes you don't have a thought until it comes to you. We've been talking about this bill for 2 years. Where were these questions at? How do we address this on second reading? I'm just not used to playing a political game. I get it. We're talking about how we do better than we are currently doing right now. This amendment is better than we currently are doing right now. It is not perfect. It is not the solution. It is a solution.
Senator Gonzalez, and then
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in support of this amendment and to respond to some of the questions that have been brought forward thus far in the debate. The senator from Thornton asked a question as to why there was a differential between the mechanism contemplated for the prosecution of homicide versus what is proposed under this amendment, which I believe is 129.
that is correct.
I'm going to say something, and I hope it doesn't come off as callous, but it is just the way, the mechanism in which the system works. The system contemplates the process outlined for homicide in a way that is necessarily different from, quite frankly, any other crime, including sexual-based offenses. Because when we're talking about homicide, there is no victim to discuss with. There is no victim to interview, to ask, how do you want this to be handled? In this situation, in this circumstance, the only ones left to talk to are the family members, the survivors. The mechanism is different necessarily under the structure proposed under 129 in order to give victims directly and their family members a voice in the process. That's why there's time. It's why it's structured differently. I just want to name that in order to respond directly to the questions being posed by the senator from Thornton. I appreciate that the senator from Avon named some damning statistics. And to the senator from Northeast Denver's point, thank you for naming how awful the outcomes are right now under the current system. What we are contemplating, what is being proposed under 129, the amendment that we are currently discussing, is a different path that is more inclusive and more responsive to the victims involved. This is in direct relationship and direct response to the testimony that we heard in committee, the testimony that was raised in the House. This is in direct response to the testimony that was raised over the course of many months as we grappled with these issues on the task force itself. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well,
I appreciate everyone's discourse on this very important issue. I recognize that emotions run high when dealing with a bill like this. This bill presents not a 2-week stakeholder issue, but maybe more like 2 years, but could be done in one. I served on the Juvenile Justice Reform Commission, which met for about 2 years and then sunsetted because it had a very specific issue not unrelated to this, which was to improve the outcomes for juveniles who encountered the juvenile justice system, and to ensure that the right mechanisms were used, and to minimize incarceration, minimize the separation from families, not unlike what this is trying to do, but rather than trying to change the juvenile justice code, it tried to improve our prediction mechanisms and our best evidence practices and everything about that. And are we doing better today? We are. I think that there'll never be a day that people who are responsible for juveniles in this system will ever say they're doing well enough, that we couldn't do better, or that there are very troublesome cases and things that don't work well. I appreciate that the sponsors, as I look at this amendment, I appreciate that the sponsors have tried, but I want to be candid. I think grafting a bunch of amendments onto the bill and doing so based on rebuttable presumptions and carve-outs is to create a Frankenstein bill, something that is a patchwork, when in fact the bill probably needs to start from scratch. But here we are, and we're talking about amendments, so I'll talk about L-129. The good senator from Avon, who more than anyone in this room, including myself, has experience in this system, raised important concerns and concerns about what will this really do and how many cases will this really affect. And I don't really think that the creation of a rebuttable presumption is a carve-out. I mean, the presumption would be that a 10 to 13-year-old charged with sexual assault, even though that's not very many cases, the sponsors of this amendment and of the bill, I think in good faith, intend that it covered some cases. What do you have to prove, though, if you're a district attorney and you're even-handed and you see these cases and they're egregious? Well, you look here, and it says, rebuttable presumption hearing for children 10 years of age or older, but under 13 years of age. When the juvenile court, let me stop there. I don't know if everyone was listening carefully or grasped this. I find over the years here in the Capitol that people don't appreciate that juvenile court proceedings are not charges of crime. their juvenile proceedings pursuant to a set of elements that are criminal in nature. But the purpose is not to convict the juvenile. The purpose is to adjudicate. You may say that's a distinction without a difference, but it's a huge difference in this system. So already, whether it's a 17-year-old, 16-year-old, 14-year-old, or 12-year-old, we are already talking about the juvenile justice system in Title 19, not in Title 18. Now, what this bill would do is say, if you're 10 to 13, you can't even go into the juvenile justice system. You're going to go to the collaborative management program. More about that later. But the sponsors in L129 have said, okay, well, we're going to do a, quote, carve-out, a rebuttable presumption for the offense of sexual assault. That's where you see here it says, when the juvenile court determines there is probable cause to believe that the child committed an act in violation of Section 183402. That's what it's about. The senator from Avon explained that to you. There is a presumption that the child shall not be prosecuted. Nothing else happens, the child shall not be prosecuted. That's what a presumption means. Don't have to show anything else. If nothing else is shown, child shall not be prosecuted. And instead shall be referred to the local collaborative management program created pursuant to Section 241.9102. I won't pull that out and read it to you yet. Now, if you're a deputy district attorney sitting there to do your job and you have the juvenile docket, you read this, you say, well, okay, how do I rebut the presumption? How do I overcome the presumption? Because I have a set of facts in front of me that are disturbing. I have parents and a family who are in denial, are not wanting to participate in the collaborative management program, who think that this is much ado about nothing. You say, well, how could that be? That happens. That's what, in a lot of this bill and a lot of not taking these cases to diversion, but rather having them within the juvenile courtroom, is because the district attorney, elected by his constituents, by the people of that judicial district, has determined that there's not a good option otherwise. Let's get clear about that. I appreciate the good senator from Denver talking about district attorneys being elected, and maybe we elected the wrong one. Well, we have 22 of them in this state. They run the political spectrum. In philosophy, they do. But when it comes to juvenile cases, my experience with all of them is that they are each as conscientious as the next. We're dealing with, particularly in this age bracket we're talking about, we're dealing with juveniles, children. But I think it's already been fairly conceded that a very small number of children in this age bracket engage in egregious, horrible conduct that you can't even understand. Maybe they've been victimized. Maybe Maybe they come from a home where there's a lot of violence if it's a violent crime. We know statistically that abusers very often have been abused, and this happens with children when they act out this way. And you know, district attorneys and their juvenile deputy DAs, they understand this as well as anyone. I learned a lot when I was on the Juvenile Justice Reform Commission. And I started knowing a pretty good deal as your average layperson in that context. And yet I learned a good deal more from all of the people in the system: prosecutors, defense counsel, social workers, county officials, judges. I never saw a group of people so dedicated and of one accord. Sure, they brought different viewpoints and varying emphases on how to deal with juvenile issues, but each and every one of them said, we're dealing with kids. And the thing that we want most and the thing that gives us the greatest sense of satisfaction is to see a juvenile who's gotten in trouble, and to see them a year later or 2 years later or 10 years later and see that they have straightened out, they are living a productive life, a great life, maybe even a state legislator. Nothing universally to those individuals. Well, what's that got to do with the rebuttable presumption? Well, here we go. That district attorney, that deputy district attorney who feels that way is faced with these circumstances. So what do they have to prove? The presumption may be rebutted by clear and convincing evidence. Now, other than my friend and colleague, the good senator from Avon, I'm not sure anyone else can say that at common law there were two standards of proof. There was beyond a reasonable doubt, and there was preponderance of the evidence. And we all know, because we all watch Court TV or Perry Mason, or he's back on HBO Max. We all know that guilty beyond a reasonable doubt is precisely that. Beyond a reasonable doubt. Not any doubt, by the way, but beyond a reasonable doubt. And if you study this very long, you'll know that preponderance of the evidence means more likely than not. Means, well, just a little bit more. Because these are civil cases, and even though the penalties get very high and so forth, just the scale's just ever so slightly tipped that way, that'd be enough. Often they're more like that, but that's all you need for preponderance of the evidence. Well, what is this clear and convincing thing? Well, that grew up in the 20th century, last century, but the 20th century, as an intermediate standard of proof, because judges in civil matters, they wanted to make it hard for certain things. Legislators wanted to make it harder for certain things than a preponderance, but we only use reasonable doubt in criminal cases. So it was sort of sacrosanct. We're not going to use reasonable doubt for anything but criminal cases. But clear and convincing evidence, if you look that up, you'll find out that it's substantial and highly likely or unlikely, whichever in the way that it's being used. And so here you are, DA, deputy DA, juvenile docket. You know as much as looking at the evidence is, and your ethics require you to not be pursuing cases that you don't have reasonable belief. And you know there's probable cause. There's more than that. You've got a case of a 12-year-old who has committed a sexual assault. And you know you got a set of parents that, or, a terrible family situation of some sort where getting them to cooperate is going to be difficult. You ought to be able to beat the presumption. Well, I suggest maybe you won't be able to, because you're going to have to prove that it is highly likely, and the evidence is substantial, that the child poses, we use the word substantial, not just little risk, so we got double substantial there, risk to another. And then you also have to prove that the local collaborative management program would be insufficient to protect against such risk. So you'll have to find as a judge that your local collaborative management program is not up to the task. And you'll have to find that by clear and convincing evidence. Now, I know that it is popular to think that trial judges don't think much about what we do. And I have to tell you, they don't think much of what we do on the day-to-day basis. But when you put it in those red books back there, it is very interesting to me when I'm in a courtroom sometime when I read cases, appellate court cases, and they say, the General Assembly said this. And, it may not be what a lot of people would do. They don't say it exactly that way, but that's kind of what they get at. May not be what I would have done, but it's not up to me. And so if we hold the court to a finding that they can only overcome this presumption and place this 12-year-old who's committed this egregious act, the proof's pretty strong, that they can only find that the DA can put that case in the juvenile court system if there's clear and convincing evidence, it's going to be difficult. And district attorneys are going to be deterred, frankly. Now, I don't know why the clear and convincing evidence standard was chosen. I don't know why it wasn't a rebuttable presumption by preponderance of the evidence. I don't know if the sponsors, when this amendment was drafted, were consulted and asked, do you want to use clear and convincing? Because that's a pretty high standard. So that's going to minimize the number of cases that will, even if there is strong evidence of assault, that's going to make it very difficult. I mean, it's one thing to create a rebuttable presumption. That's already going to make it difficult because you're going to have to prove more likely than not in order to go. But you're going to have to find it highly likely and very substantial. You start getting up to the beyond a reasonable doubt standard. You raise the burden a lot higher. I don't know why that was chosen. Don't know. Just saw the amendment when it was handed across the desk here. I mean, I heard it talked about and so forth, but A lot going on, a lot of things happening. Was it a choice of the proponents of the amendment, or was it a choice of their stakeholders? I often encounter these burden of proof things in 1,000 contexts, frankly, over the years. And I've asked people, I've said, why did you choose that standard of proof? Because that sets off lights and bells and whistles in my head. That makes me think that you don't ever want it to happen. You're going to make it hard, because that's the standard of proof I choose. If I say, yeah, you can have a rebuttable presumption, I'll let you let it be possible. I'm going to make it hard. I'm going to make it really hard to not ever see this happen. So, in my mind, this is not a carve out. This is just a extreme case, kind of what would happen. I appreciate the effort. It is better to adopt this than to not adopt it, but it does not strike me as changing the balance with respect to these very serious offenses that much. My hope was that we could get this bill to a place that we could start to concentrate on results. Results for juveniles. I think everybody wants that. I don't think that by any means, I don't think for a moment that the proponents or any of the rest of us are not trying to reach good results for juveniles in trouble. But I learned serving on the JJRC that it takes a long time and a lot of discussion about what the systems are, when they work, when they don't work, why they work. They do work. Law enforcement, district attorneys, everyone that testified said, when I asked the question, are we doing better than we were 30 years ago? Because we had a lot of 30-year-old horror stories. And everybody said, without a doubt, we do so much better. We do so much better in a lot of things in Colorado and America than we did 30 years ago, let alone 50. And the admonition for everyone was, yeah, we need to look at this. We always need to look at it. It's not that we haven't looked. I know they all looked. I sat there. I was in the room. I spent an entire summer and fall meeting after meeting after meeting. And it wasn't just talk to hear talking. It was people talking across the table saying, you know, in those cases, the outcomes are not good. You wouldn't think that, but you do. At the risk of sounding trite, and I don't mean to at all, but it seems to me the problem with the bill is it throws the baby out with the bathwater. In trying to fix the system, we throw out the parts of the system that work well in the cases in which it works very well, and then we end up with the danger of a good deal more, which we'll talk some more this evening about what the difficulties are with the collaborative management program if you do not have an enforcement mechanism. And you only need an enforcement mechanism when you need it. What do I mean by that? I mean, I don't know what the percentage is. 90% of the cases you may not need that enforcement mechanism. Or maybe it needs to be there. The enforcement mechanism of there are juvenile adjudications, there are juvenile courts. Everyone talks about their diversion record. By the way, El Paso County and the 4th Judicial District was a pioneer and juvenile diversion. When no one else was talking about juvenile diversion, our very conservative district attorney was pioneering juvenile diversion to keep kids out of the juvenile justice system per se. But there was always the system there. If a young person and his or her family didn't want to participate. I mean, that was we talk about that so much. We talk about it in criminal justice, we talk about it. People say, we don't want to prosecute this we're prosecuting, and that doesn't solve the problem. Well, it needs to exist. This doesn't make it a real thing. It's regrettable. I appreciate the effort. If I'd seen it a week ago, I may have been able to ask about the burden of proof and suggest, and I think there would have been resistance on the side of stakeholders, because I think someone made a choice. Someone chose a burden of proof, someone chose the level, and they chose a high level. And that's policy choice, I get it. But it's a policy choice that isn't made to deal with these cases in the juvenile justice system. It's to pretty much make sure they don't get there. Thank you.
Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, this is a tough one. I've only heard one of our colleagues get up here and say to support it. And our other colleagues, they didn't want to say to support it, and I didn't really hear a adamant don't support this amendment. So I'm just going to talk from my perspective of parts of this that I don't like. I mean, I certainly appreciate the sponsors are trying to bring something forward. There's just parts of this I don't like. You know, when you look in the bill, it talks about that law enforcement is required to complete an information form for children under the age of 13 pursuant to this statute. An information form is not an investigation. So I'm not an attorney, I wasn't in a district attorney's office, not a good country lawyer, but I'm trying to figure out how, if the law enforcement agency is not doing an investigation, how we get to all this stuff with regard to probable cause. How do you find probable cause if there wasn't really an investigation? They're just filling out an information card or form. And you already heard about clear and convincing evidence and what does the DA do, and we heard about equal protection violations, and it'll be just based on whatever the DA's, district attorney's decision is. And there's all this, and there's a lot of emotion here, and I greatly appreciate that. But here's the thing I don't like about any of this, is that when it says in here and in the bill, so it says in the amendment and in the bill, that the child shall not be prosecuted and instead shall be referred to the local collaborative management program. That's the part that I don't like. That's the part that I'm having difficulty understanding, and I don't know how we got there, because I read the stuff from the pre-adolescent task force, and it didn't seem like they really did a very deep dive into what collaborative management programs do. And that is the part of this I do know about, is the collaborative management program. And I know pretty specifically about the one in Weld County, but also fairly well about ones throughout the state of Colorado, and even where this whole collaborative management program came about. And so when I read stuff like instead shall be referred to a collaborative management program, and then if the presumption may be rebutted by clear and convincing evidence that the child poses a substantial risk to another, and the local collaborative management program would be insufficient to protect against such risk, I'm thinking the management program, the collaborative management program, you don't need to be a district attorney or a judge to know that it's going to be insufficient to protect against risk, because it's just not what a management program does. Collaborative management program is a preventive program. The purpose behind collaborative management, I know when it was created, the purpose behind it was to prevent kids, was to provide wraparound services, bring as many organizations together as you possibly could in your community that deal with kids, but you're trying to prevent them from entering into the child welfare system. So I get it that we don't want certain kids, I've got grandkids, and, I've got a grandson that's 5'8", so I get it. And, if he gets into a scuffle, you're always worried. You're just always worried. I get it. But, trading the juvenile justice system, maybe, because I guess I know my district attorney, and I know kids getting in fights and pushing each other, smacking each other, on the butt or something, they aren't being incarcerated. So I would worry that instead of the juvenile justice system, we're now changing it to the child welfare system. Because the way this bill is set up, the way this bill is currently written, it places the responsibility from that collaborative management program of enforcement for youth and family compliance with that collaborative management plan on the child welfare system, on the county child welfare system. That's not what the child welfare system does. So again, we've interjected into this. And I don't have the answer. I'm just, I've been involved in collaborative management programs and what the CMP does. I have a really good understanding of what the Child Welfare Services does in the state and within counties. There's just a lot in this bill to try and unpack. But when you start talking about youth in conflict, and again, the CMP program, the Collaborative Management Program, it's a prevention program. It's not an intervention program. That is not what it's set up to do. In fact, there are mandatory partners in a collaborative management program. And those are the local judicial districts, including probation, the health department, whether that's a county or district public health agency, the local school district or school districts, the comprehensive behavioral health safety net provider, the Behavioral Health Administrative Services Organization, the Division of Youth Services for the state, a designated managed service organization for the provision of treatment services for alcohol and drug abuse, a domestic violence program as defined in law, if that's available, and then the County Department of Human Services. So again, collaborative management is about prevention. It's about identifying those wraparound services to help those kids in certain areas to make sure that they don't enter into the child welfare system. The child welfare system is utilized to serve children facing child abuse and neglect. So as a parent or a grandparent, trading juvenile justice system for certain things and moving it over to now you're going to declare I was abusive or neglectful and my child enters into the child welfare system, I just don't think that's the answer either. And there's all these things that have to occur in the child welfare system that I'm not sure people would be so grateful for either. And they can't enter into the child welfare system if they don't meet the criteria. So there's just a lot of issues with this bill that are difficult to unpack, but they can't enter into the child welfare system unless there's something unsafe about the child's home, or they're convicted or charged with a crime. And if there hasn't been an investigation, we're probably not going to get to a conviction or a charge with a crime. I don't know how we make a determination about the child's home being unsafe, because child welfare won't have any grounds to go see the home because there was no investigation because of an information card, yet we keep talking about referred to the local collaborative management system. So while I appreciate that we're trying to get something better here so that we have a better understanding of what we're trying to accomplish with this bill, I think this maybe fixes one thing, but doesn't necessarily help the whole bill. So I'm not going to sit here and say vote yes for it and vote no for it. Everybody's got to figure that out themselves. I mean, it might be a little bit better. It may not be. I mean, I don't know if we're going to end up with a whole bunch of equal protection violations because district attorneys are not doing this equally across the state, then I don't know if that makes it better or not. But I certainly appreciate that we're at least trying to get someplace. It just, every time I hear y'all talk about the collaborative management program, I just kind of want to cringe. It's not because the collaborative management program doesn't do what it's supposed to do, because I know in my county, I know in some of the other counties it does. I know every county doesn't have a local collaborative management program because sometimes it just doesn't work or they don't need it, kind of thing. So, and I'm going to have more discussion about that, but I just thought I would get up and talk about we need to stop relying on the collaborative management program system. It just, and the child welfare system. That is not, we don't want to head kids to that system either. So I don't have an answer for everything, but I do know that's not the way to go. So.
Senator Van Winkle.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I just want to ask for a no vote on the amendment, not because I think the amendment doesn't move in the right direction. I do think it does, but it doesn't go nearly far enough. As the amendment says right here on line 31, there is a presumption the child shall not be prosecuted. And this is talking about violations of section 18.3402, that is sexual assault and related crimes. There is a presumption that the child shall not be prosecuted and instead shall be referred to the local collaborative management program. Now, we just heard about the issues with that, and also the bill assumes, one, that there is currently a problem, and it identifies a problem very specifically that we've heard both in committee and here today, that there is essentially a lack of providers in this area. So the assumption is that kids are being pushed into the juvenile justice system, which is very different, first of all, than the adult justice system. It's a juvenile justice system, because there are a lack of providers to deal with them in more of a healthcare, a mental health, or field such as that. But the bill, it doesn't magically create providers in our communities. I wish it did, and in fact, one of the bill sponsors asked, what solutions might you have? And it seems to me like we've identified the failures of the system and that there's not enough providers and things like that. There's not enough support outside of the justice system to provide for kids who may be going through trauma and may be acting out in often heinous ways. Why not boost that system without having to tie the hands of district attorneys? Right now, our committee heard just the other day from one mom, and here is some of her, and of course it's very long testimony here, but essentially she writes, "My young child was raped by an older child 15 months ago. I'm against House Bill 1249 as it stands and believe that crimes of sexual assault and rape should be excluded from the bill." Now, I completely agree with that, and I don't view the amendment that's before us today as excluding them from the bill in the same way that murder is. And that's for a topic, I hear there's another amendment, I haven't seen it, dealing with seriously bodily injury. So if a child does decide to shoot someone and they don't die, we'll deal with that later. But essentially back to sexual assault and this witness who testified. I don't believe it excludes it from the bill. She says, "I'm living with a nightmare. My child was raped. My child's rapist is currently 12 years old. My child's rapist is nearly 5 years older than his victim. My child's rapist wasn't put in handcuffs and sent to a juvenile detention facility. He was scheduled his arrest and then rescheduled it 4 additional times so that it was a time more convenient for the family." Now, the amendment, the bill as it stands today, it would be impossible to even charge that rapist, the 12-year-old rapist of the child 5 years younger than them, with a crime. This amendment seems to allow that, but it first requires a long, drawn-out period here where the district attorney must essentially fill out forms in filings. And again, the presumption, to quote the amendment once again, is that the child shall not be prosecuted, instead shall be referred to a local collaborative management program, which again, many places in the state of Colorado are lacking providers now, and this bill doesn't magically solve that. So I'm going to ask for a no vote on the amendment, not because it's not well-intentioned and because it is a step in the right direction. It's just such a very small step in the right direction. I think when it comes to rape with penetration, when it comes to the brutalization of rape victims so bad that they have to be hospitalized for days and weeks on end, that those should be completely carved out from the bill, not essentially created a process for memos and filings and things like that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
The motion is the adoption of Amendment L129. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and L129 is adopted. There is an amendment at the desk. Ms. Cole, will you please read, thank you. Will you please read L133?
Amendment L133.
Senator Coleman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L133.
To the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. L133 creates a rebuttable presumption for felony sex assaults and violent offenses, including first-degree assault, kidnapping, aggravated robbery, first-degree burglary, and first-degree arson that result in serious bodily injury to a victim. We ask for an aye vote.
Further discussion on 130. Senator Van Wickle.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And largely, before we pass it, I just wanted to read what we were passing here. It's a full page long, 33 lines here. Trying to read here. So it amends the Coleman Floor Amendment 129, which I assume is the one we just passed.
That is correct.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And it strikes some of the lines from that one. I wish I had brought that previous amendment with me so I could read. But essentially, oh, thank you. So we're striking lines 29 through 36. Oh, that's actually that's the portion that I was quoting previously in my last appearance here at the well that I was actually complaining about. So it looks like we're striking that. Mr. Chair, if I could just ask for a senatorial 5 so I could get through the rest of the missed amendment and see what it does, I would appreciate it.
Senatorial 5 will be granted.
Thank you. Yeah.
The Senate will return. Senator Van Winkle.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do appreciate that so I could see what's happening here. And it does seem it's just as if we're taking the previous amendment, which I didn't think went very far, and it seems as if it actually is improving upon it. Now, it does keep that magic line in there that I do disagree with, which is there's a presumption that a child shall not be prosecuted and shall instead be referred to the local collaborative management program creating this. But at least it expands upon the crimes beyond just simple sexual assault, which is to include seriously bodily injury. Now, one of my main objections to the bill was that we have heard of in Idaho, for example, last May, there was a 12-year-old student who shot 3 people and a teacher, or 3 students and a teacher at their school. There was a 9-year-old who got into a fight on the playground, ended up shooting a 13-year-old later that day, and a 12-year-old in Oakland who shot a 13-year-old. Now, none of those resulted in murder, so they weren't, under this bill, they could not be charged with a crime, but it appears here that there is at least a system being set up where if they cause seriously bodily injury, that there is something that a district attorney could pursue through the process to ensure that in those cases where there is something very serious, such as a school shooting, or as we heard from in witness testimony, we heard a very heinous story of a woman. She testified before the committee just a couple days ago, and she is paralyzed. She'll be paralyzed for the rest of her life because she was shot in an active carjacking situation by a 12-year-old, and now she is paralyzed for life. It appears that while it does keep that troublesome language in there that there's a presumption that the child shall not be prosecuted, it expands upon the previous amendment to allow for that case where there's a carjacking, the 12-year-old shoots someone and they're paralyzed for life, to at least potentially face some criminal penalties and so on and so forth. But again, the presumption that is put in there remains that only murder is actually the only exemption from this bill. There's no exemption, total exemption from attempted murder. There's a process now put into place where in a couple weeks of time, I believe a district attorney could work his way through the process in the event that there's a kidnapping, there's a shooting, there's a serious stabbing, things like that. And we have heard those cases. We heard the case, in Wisconsin, there were 2 12-year-old girls who lured their friend into the forest and they stabbed her 19 times. That girl miraculously lived after crawling to the road, and it seems like those 2 girls, in my opinion, should be in the juvenile justice system. Again, it's not the justice system that we think of with adults in jails and things like this. It's a juvenile justice system, which is very different. But this at least sets up some sort of, there has to be a better word, but sets up a scheme for a district attorney in the event that there is a stabbing or a shooting or seriously bodily harm that is caused, but it does not cause death. It does allow that district attorney a route to pursue. As of right now, the bill before this amendment just completely essentially legalizes those things if it is a 12-year-old or under. So thank you, Mr. Chair, for your patience as I tried to walk through this and learn in real time exactly what this full-page amendment does.
Seeing no further, Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Okay, I'm trying to figure out what this means, because if we're amending 29, it says now that we're striking lines 29 through 36 on page 1. So that was all the probable cause stuff that we just talked about before, and the presumption, the clear and convincing evidence poses a substantial risk to another, and that the local collaborative management system is insufficient. And we're putting in, there is a presumption. So now under the rebuttable presumptions hearing for children, we're saying there is a presumption that a child 10 years of age or older, but under 13 years of age, shall not be prosecuted. Instead, shall be referred to the local collaborative management program created pursuant to Section 24, blah, blah, blah. When the juvenile court determines there is probable cause to believe that the alleged conduct of the child constitutes a violation of the sexual assault section, I'm assuming that's what 18-3-402 is, one of the following crimes, but only if the child's intentional conduct directly resulted in serious bodily injury. So this says they're not going to be prosecuted. Could someone, could you explain the amendment a little bit clearer to us? Can we have another senatorial 5? We're all trying to figure out what this means.
Another senatorial 5 will be granted. The Senate will come back to order. The question before the body is the adoption of L 133. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. No. The ayes have it, and 133 is adopted. There is an amendment at the desk. Ms. Cole, will you please read L 128?
Amendment L 128 by
Senator
Senator
Coleman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L 128.
Is there any discussion on the amendment?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. This creates a process for a 10 to 12-year-old to knowingly and voluntarily elect to go through the juvenile justice system for any referral made to the CMP. This is to address the due process concerns of stakeholders who did not think there was a quick and established process for kids to contest the allegations against them in court. We ask for an aye vote.
Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, I just have laid eyes on L 128, and it has implications for the entire bill, and I think we're being asked to approve the amendment and think better of HB 1249. So I think the only way to deal with that is to kind of analyze it, and otherwise it would be voted on and passed without real understanding of what it does. So L 128, it amends the re-engross bill I have here, page 13, line 15. After 1C, that's down at the bottom, insert and 1D, so there's a 1D. So where you are there is 19.2.5.103. That will add into the juvenile justice section of the CRS. Right now, the jurisdiction says in the bill, not what it says in the statute, except as otherwise provided by law, the juvenile court has exclusive jurisdiction in proceedings concerning, and there's some strikes here to help the language just generally, but concerning a juvenile, and it used to be 10 in the bill, it's 13 years of age or older, who is accused of violating. And then you skip a B, I don't know what's in B. Concerning a juvenile 10 years of age or older who is accused of violating an offense pursuant to Part 1 of Article 3 of Title 18. So then you go at that point and you add concerning a child 10 years of age or older, but under 13 years of age, who has knowingly and voluntarily availed themselves to the court's jurisdiction pursuant to Section 24.1.9, 102.3. Well, yeah, I guess I get this. The thing that 128 does is creates right there an opt-in for the 10 to 12-year-old to opt into the juvenile justice system to litigate a case in court. So we heard in testimony, and I thought this was curious but interesting, and I was like, well, I don't know what you do about that with this structure that we have in the bill, and it is this. A juvenile is, I don't even know what the right term would be. He's not apprehended. He's not taken into custody, referred, I guess is the right word, a 11 or 12-year-old is referred to the CMP, the Collaborative Management Program, to do things like restorative justice and get counseling and have some meetings with human services and so forth. And the juvenile says to, let's just pick on the male gender this evening, because I am one, so I can pick on him. The young man says to his parents, I didn't do it. I didn't do it. It was, or I wasn't there, or whatever. Well, his parents believe him. And they say, we're not going to participate in CMP. And the thing we heard in testimony and at the hearing in judiciary was, well, you know, this bill doesn't account for one of the functions of juvenile adjudications, which is to allow you to defend yourself. So in answer to that, I guess this first portion says, well, if a kid wants to defend themselves, they will. They can do that. They can say, I want to opt into the juvenile justice system and roll the dice and take my chances. I don't know what the good senator from Avon might think about that, but I can tell you what I haven't done any juvenile work, but I think I'd be telling that juvenile, I don't think you want to roll the dice and take your chances going into that system. I think you want to just sit outside that system and say, I didn't do it. I'm not going to any of the meetings. Now, it leaves unresolved whether he did it or didn't do it, but you would never, as his counsel, say, yeah, let's go and say you didn't, unless maybe your evidence would be so overwhelming, but in which case you probably could demonstrate that to the authorities that are doing the CMP. So I appreciate trying to respond to that, but it's a little like the last amendment that got adopted that I wanted to say more about, but I'm not going to say it directly because that wouldn't be right. Recall that I said that part of the problem with trying to fix a bill of this sort and this magnitude and a program like this with these kinds of amendments is you end up with a Frankenstein bill. That's what happened in the last amendment. It was structured oddly. I could make sense out of it. I just had to read it 2 or 3 times and think, well, if this, then this, if this, then this. If it had all been done as a piece and done from the start, it would have hung together very well. But when you start grafting things into the middle, well, that's what we're doing here. We're trying to graft something into this program, so to speak, that is answer to some testimony I heard, but I have to say, I don't think there's a good answer to that. I don't think there's a good answer to it. I think the good answer, if there is one, is to back all the way up and say, what is it I want to do here for juveniles in trouble to ensure good outcomes and to not get them into the system unless they need to be in the system. And then we do that, because telling a kid who says, I didn't do it, well, if you want to prove you didn't do it, you can go into the system. I don't think I'd take my chances that way. I just wouldn't. You say, well, the system works. Well, the system works, but I wouldn't put anybody through that. I just say, you say you didn't do it? Tell them you didn't do it. And say, well, you can opt into the system. No, I didn't do it. I don't want a trial. I didn't do it. People who didn't do it don't want a trial. Nobody says, charge me, I want to prove that I didn't do it. Charge me, I want to be charged. they say I didn't do it. And I want a trial, they want a trial because they have been charged. Now, we get to the next piece. So page 18, after line 25, I'll go back here. What's page 18 all about? We're talking about detention and shelter, hearing, time limits, finding, review, confinement with adult offenders, restriction, and we strike a bunch of that. But that exists right now at 19.2.5305. And so we say, okay, we're going to have a new section 18. And the new section 18 is going to be, all right, I get this now. 19.2.5505, hearing on referral from collaborative management programs. So, within 7 days after receipt of an information form for children under 13 years of age, as provided in the statute, the juvenile court shall appoint the office of the state public defender. So this creates a hearing when the collaborative management program refers to them. So a lot of moving parts to the bill. The juvenile court shall appoint the office of the state public defender, in the case of a conflict, the alternate defense counsel, to represent the child identified on the form. Okay. The appointment order must include the information form for children under 13 years of age and be sent to the office of the state public defender. That's pretty routine stuff. The appointment continues pursuant to section 19.2.56052A unless, okay, this is about appointment of counsel. All right. So we create a whole process. Now I begin to understand this amendment. Wish I'd seen it earlier today. Where a child has said, I want a trial. I'm innocent. So we appoint counsel, set a hearing, child appears before the court. They've got to notify the child in plain language that's understandable to a 12-year-old. How the local collaborative management program works and what the program can require. I don't know what you were doing when you were 12. I had aspirations of being a fighter pilot, but that's another story. I had to become a lawyer. The child can decline to participate in a meeting with the local collaborative management program by choosing to agree to potential prosecution in juvenile court and giving jurisdiction to the juvenile court to hear the case. Again, why would you do that? And why would any child's counsel tell them to do that? The sentencing options available to the juvenile court in the event of an adjudication of all offenses with which the child could be charged. So right now, right at this point in the process, the kid says, I didn't do it. No, I don't want an adjudication. I just didn't do it. I'm not going to participate. I'm not going to cooperate. I don't want to. The problem is this. We heard over and over again that there's no hammer to enforce the collaborative management program. If a child doesn't participate in the collaborative management program, where you finally end up is at a dependency and neglect proceeding. That's not really a way to go. So then, if a juvenile does this, it goes to the DA. And the district attorney may use all available disposition tools, including diversion. Of course, the DA's faced with this is a kid that by virtue of how this process works, this is a kid who's denying he did what he did. You can't hardly do a diversion program. Diversion programs work on acceptance of responsibility in some shape, form, or fashion, and participation. And if the juvenile wanted to do that, they would have participated in the collaborative management program. And then if the district attorney receives a written request declining prosecution that is signed by the child, the district attorney no longer has the authority to file a petition in delinquency. That is a juvenile proceeding. We have more language about, after page 28, after line 24, saying a child of 10 years of age or older but under 13 may decline a referral to a local collaborative management program and instead avail themselves to the jurisdiction of the juvenile court. Wow. Wow. We've created a process and a procedure that no responsible counsel in his or her right mind would ever advise a 12-year-old to do. I mean, I admit this is responsive to something that I heard in testimony. It was a valid point that, you know, juvenile adjudications serve multiple purposes. The juvenile court itself serves multiple purposes. One of them is just by his existence there, it is a set of consequences and adjudication that the juvenile who has engaged in misconduct at whatever level, it might just be riding around in rural Weld County with a baseball bat and knocking over mailboxes. I don't imagine that ever happens in Weld County. And that's something that would likely lead, if the young people, because they usually are 2 or 3 of them in a car doing that, and they're usually male. That would end up in diversion and restitution and not a juvenile adjudication. Or if it had to go to a juvenile adjudication, be referred for diversion from there. The juvenile court serves that very important function as it exists now. That the child who has done things that are crimes, if they're done by adults, has consequences. And the way to not suffer those consequences may be to accept responsibility and do all of that. But we've taken the system and turned it on its head, and now we're talking about, well, if a child is referred to a collaborative management program but goes, I'm not going to do that, I was innocent. Well, you can't make the child go to a juvenile adjudication at that point. That's not how this works now. The child would be able to opt in. And I'm just telling you, that ups the stakes in a way for that child that you would never want to do. You can talk about the complexities of the decisions here, but that wouldn't be anything that I would let my child do or my juvenile client do. You know, take me into court, roll the dice. Because it could well be that the child, after all, 12-year-olds are not known for their judgment. That's why we have the system. And some do better than others. But every year we have some bill to relieve 18 to 25-year-olds of responsibility. So imagine a 12-year-old. He or she might just insist they didn't do anything all the way down the tubes. They might do that. So I guess I just think the amendment, with all respect, is, in a practical matter, doesn't make any sense. But it does point out, and I think this was the nature of the testimony, was trying to point out the mismatch between what we're trying to accomplish and what the bill and its programmatically is doing. I'm not going to ask for a yes or a no vote on this. It's just like, I think a whole set of juvenile lawyers will read this and go, wonder what that's all about.
Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just thought I would point out what the law enforcement community thinks about L128. So they're like, apparently L128, 128 is supposed to address due process, as already stated, and says that a 10 to 12-year-old referred to a collaborative management program instead may opt into the juvenile justice system to litigate a case in court, which just seems totally opposite of what this bill has been saying, but apparently we're putting this forward as a due process type thing. But what the law enforcement folks are saying, when law enforcement determines the defendant is below the age of prosecution, which is stated throughout this whole bill that they shall not be prosecuted, investigative resources are halted. So back to my comment earlier, where if they're going to just fill out a form, they're not going to go do any more investigation. They're going to fill out the form that someone made up that they're required to do. They're told in this bill that they shall not be prosecuted. So investigative resources will be halted, and this would force law enforcement into a choice on all 10 to 12-year-old cases. The choices are either 1, continue investigation that is likely a waste of time and resources because most or all will opt for the collaborative management program system. Or 2, not expend investigative resources and then have inadequate investigation for the criminal justice system, followed by a very quick catch-up investigation if and when the juvenile opts into the court system. So I don't think they really like the amendment. Then with regard to district attorneys, they basically kind of think this is borderline absurd. That it offers, it's the answer to the lack of due process for offenders in the current bill. In a nutshell, it says that if the kid wants to take the position that they didn't do anything wrong, defend himself, he can have the option of submitting himself to the juvenile system with, of course, the right to counsel to make that decision. So I think we're all having difficulty following this. So it just appears that, again, we're not going to have any investigation. There isn't going to be any evidence. There's only going to be a form. And it doesn't appear that this amendment will actually do anything other than kind of gum up the works. And in the meantime, while all this stuff is happening, where the child gets the option to opt in, and there were days mentioned in here, I believe. If he decides to go the route of going to court, where is the kid in all of this? Is he at home? I mean, do we know where the child is? Because he's not in the child welfare system at this point. He hasn't met the dependency and neglect. I mean, he's not going to be there. He's not going to be at the collaborative management system or local collaborative management program. They don't have any place to house him anyways. So where is this kid throughout all this time? And if he gets a guardian ad litem, where's the guardian ad litem going to? And then they talk about whether or not the child should be referred to the Department of Human Services for an assessment. What assessment? This kid can't get into the child welfare system. He hasn't met the criteria. The parents would have, you'd have to say the parents have been abusive and neglectful to get into the child welfare system. I mean, so what assessment do we think they're going to do? So they're being referred like through the hotline kind of thing where they're saying this is a child abuse case when this child was not, there isn't anything saying this child was abused, but that they are the abuser. And then the district attorney may file a petition within 28 days, only upon reasonable belief that these certain things exist. There's several items here. It just really doesn't make sense. And who knows, where is this child housed at this whole time? This child that shall not be prosecuted, yet will have the option whether or not to go to the juvenile justice system after the law enforcement has done no investigation because they were told they can't be prosecuted. Now they might go to the juvenile justice system. DA has another 28 days. Things are, it's within 7 days after the receipt of information. That's where it is. Within 7 days after the receipt of information form. So that's not an investigation. So some information form says, yeah, this is what we think they did, I guess. I don't know. But where is the child housed through all of this? How do we know they're even going to show up to anything? I mean, I don't know. This seems to just kind of make it worse. So I guess I would ask for a no vote on this amendment.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion is the adoption of Amendment L128. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it, and L128 is adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. Ms. Cole, will you please read L200?
Amendment L200 by Senator Coleman, amend the Coleman floor amendment, House Bill 1249 L20.
Senator Coleman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L200.
To the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This clarifies that it is after law enforcement refers a 10, 11, and 12-year-old to a CMP that they may decline to participate in services and instead opt in to the juvenile justice system, complementary to the amendment we just ran. We ask for an aye vote.
Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, again, I want to make a informed decision about L200. Whenever you get to 200 on the amendments, you kind of begin to get concerned. Maybe there should have been a strike below of some sort. So L200 says amend the Coleman floor amendment. So I had to find L128 in my pile there. I have to think about L 128, which got already amended by 129, I think. Page 3, strike lines 19 through 22. Let's see. So, right now, before the adoption of this amendment, we've got a provision in 128 that's been adopted into the bill that says, a child 10 years of age or older but under 13 years of age may decline a referral to a local collaborative management program and instead avail themselves to the jurisdiction of the juvenile court. So this was what we discussed on the last amendment as well, this whole notion that a 10 or 11 or 12-year-old would say, well, I want to go to court, charge me as a delinquent juvenile. This changes the language there to say a child 10 years of age or older but under 13 years of age may, after referral by law enforcement, decline to participate in services recommended by a local collaborative management program and instead avail themselves to the jurisdiction of the juvenile court. I'm not sure I know quite how, I mean, the ad is after referral by law enforcement. I suppose that means that they don't have to do anything until referred by law enforcement. L200.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion is adoption of L200. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no? No. The ayes have it, and L200 is adopted. There is an amendment at the desk. Ms. Cole, will you please read L159? Senator Simpson.
She needs to read it first, doesn't she? Go ahead. Mr. Chair, I move L159.
Any discussion on L159? Senator Simpson.
Mr. Chair, this delays changing the age of jurisdiction to begin July 2025 based on input from counties and CMPs. This means 2 full years of ramp-up time for counties and CMPs before young children are referred. This amendment was in response to concerns raised by counties and CMPs on adequate time for implementation. Gives us 2 full years to work on funding and structure before it becomes implementation in July of 2025. Ask for an aye vote.
Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to ask for an aye vote on this amendment and ask for a no vote on the bill. This is just getting crazy. Seriously, if we think it's going to take 2 years to get a CMP program together, we do either need to strike below and go study this some more or just get rid of this bill. We had a pre-adolescent task force. It came up with recommendations on some things, didn't do a deep dive on collaborative management programs. Everything in this bill is leading all these kids to, I mean, first of all, a 10, 11, and 12-year-old who's out committing a crime all of a sudden gets to go off and decide, should I go to the juvenile system? Should I go over here to the collaborative management system? I don't know that I really want to do either, but which one's going to take the longest for me to get to? And then when I get there, I'm going to say, no, I've decided I've changed my mind, and now I want to go over to something else. And in the meantime, law enforcement never even investigated anything, so there is nothing, there's no evidence, there's nothing out there. The DA is supposed to come up with clear and concise evidence to presume all these things. And the bottom line is, we're sending kids to a collaborative management system that is not set to do this. This is not where these kids should be going. Collaborative management programs are preventive. They are not for intervention. You want someone to intervene, you need to develop some other system. Giving us 2 years to change the whole collaborative management system, I haven't even gotten to that portion of the bill yet. Because in that portion of the bill, you talk about that the state can mandate to counties, the judicial districts, school districts, non-for-profits, and all the other mandatory people that they have to sign a memorandum of understanding or an intergovernmental agreement. And the state can't do that. You cannot compel a board of county commissioners to sign a memorandum of understanding. So the collaborative management program is never going to get here, ever. It's just not going to get here. This is just crazy that we are here 10 o'clock, 10:15, on what day are we on? Is this still Monday? On a Monday, arguing this bill that is just going in circles. We're not getting there. I appreciate that there are 10 to 12-year-olds, 10 through almost to 13-year-olds that should not be in the juvenile system. I appreciate that. I would agree with you. I don't know who they are, but I'm sure there are some out there that should not be going into the juvenile justice system. I'm sure that there are people who get treated unfairly. But the other thing that you're not talking about throughout this whole bill, what about the victims? What about the victims? You know what? No evidence, no prosecution, nothing for the victims. Because essentially there are no victims. No one's prosecuted. They will not be able to avail themselves of any of the services that other victims are able to get. Because no one shall be prosecuted between 10 to 13 years of age when they do all these things that are crimes. It is very hard for all of us to want to believe that a 10-year-old, an 11-year-old, or a 12-year-old, I have a 10-year-old grandson, I have a 12-year-old grandson. I would not want to believe them doing anything like this at all. But the fact is, my experience in the child welfare system, there are sexual perpetrators that are 10 years old. And they should not be in the child welfare system. And for goodness sakes, they shouldn't be going to a collaborative management program. That is not where they need to be going. But that's where you're trying to direct them to because we don't want them in the juvenile justice system. I don't have all the answers, but I do know this is not the answer. But the only good news here is it's 2 years before anything happens. And quite frankly, we should have made it out to 2035. Maybe by then we'd think of something better to do. But trying to slam these kids into the child welfare system or putting them into a collaborative management program and then telling the collaborative management program people where this has been around since 2004. That's when the pilot started for collaborative management programs. We started it in 2004. They've been working on it. And again, it's about prevention. It's about a community coming together, wrapping the arms around these kids before preventing them from getting into the child welfare system. Has nothing to do with the juvenile justice system. That's not what it does. So we need to quit trying to push this square peg into a round hole. It's not going to work. And at the same time, I'm just going to say it again, nothing for the victims, because there are victims. There are victims here, and they're not going to be addressed. They will not be able to get any services because there's nothing here. We have seriously, a 10-year-old is going to decide, gosh, do I want to go to juvenile justice system? Well, maybe today I do because that gets me, I just get to stay at home. Because they're not going to a residential treatment facility. They're not getting mental health behavior help. They're not getting the therapy. They're not getting anything of those kind of services that they probably need if they're doing some of these things. They're at home. And if the parents do not come in and say that they are beyond their control, these kids are not getting into the child welfare system. You can refer all you want, but they are not getting into the child welfare system. So we're just going to leave them out there floundering around at home, not getting the services or what they need. That's a problem. And it's really a problem about the victims. So I'm going to tell you, vote aye on 159 and then vote no on the bill.
Senator Van Winkle.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And the 2-year implementation is interesting. We don't see that often in criminal law where we say essentially shooting someone is a crime on this date but not on this date. If it's something that is wrong, it's something that's a crime. it should be treated that way starting right now. Or if it's not. We heard from a mother who is now in a wheelchair after she was shot twice. She's on a long list of victims associated with carjacking spree in Pueblo last month, and that is referring to actually last month, as in March of 2023. Wait, it's still oh no, it's May. So March of 2020, this past March. The youngest one was the one that shot her. He was 12 years old. This mom just dropped her kids off at school and was getting back in her car when two other vehicles pulled up beside her. In a matter of seconds, she was face down, the barrel of a gun, with a person in a face mask staring back at her. He demanded her car keys. I'm kind of inching towards the house as this is always going on, she says. And before she knew it, she was shot twice. One of the bullets entered her back, just missing her spine. The other ricocheted off her bladder and then shattered the femur of her right leg. Now, the interesting thing about this amendment is it says today the person that did that, who shot her twice, once just missing her spine and the other ricocheting into her bladder and shattering her femur, for the next 2 years, shooting someone and committing that crime is worthy of the juvenile justice system, but after this certain date, then it is no longer presumed to be a crime unless, of course, the district attorney then at that point has to jump through weeks and days and perhaps, as I read it, months of filings and paperwork and memos, et cetera, et cetera. And again, there is a presumption, this is quoting from the bill as it stands right now, there is a presumption that the child shall not be prosecuted and instead shall be referred to a local collaborative management program. Now, the local management programs, as we know, magically they are sorely lacking right now, and they will still be lacking next year, and they'll be lacking the year after that. When this amendment passes, and what I described as the woman who testified, who just this last March shot twice, right now that person is in the juvenile justice system and working their way through it. When that magic day happens 2 years from now, and this bill takes effect and this amendment, the active date of this amendment take effect, that child will then be put into the collaborative management system. Now, I have very little faith that these local governments are going to be able to get their systems up and running in the meantime, mainly because there are a lack of providers, and it's not an issue of money. If it was an issue of money, if we just throw $1 million or 5 or 10 or 20 or $100 million at it to create more providers to deal with, perhaps that 12-year-old that shot this woman twice during a carjacking, then we could easily do that as a body. We could come together and say, all right, we need $25 million to fix this, to get enough providers in places like Pueblo, in places like Montrose, in places like the San Luis Valley, where we can get these local collaborative partnerships set up by local governments. $25 million is it. But that's not the problem. The problem isn't money. It's that there's a lack of providers now. There's going to be a lack of providers in 2 years, and there's going to be a lack of providers in 2 years from now. Now, it is a worthy concept, but when it comes to executing this concept in the real world, the bill seems to be blind again to the very extreme cases, such as the shootings that occur that don't kill people, to the rapes that occur that are sexual crimes that we've heard of, to, as I said, the two 12-year-old girls who stabbed their 12-year-old friend, supposed friend, 19 times. In those extreme cases, which are more rare, the bill seems to be lacking in a real-world understanding of how justice and how criminals and how victims, especially victims, it seems to forget the victims and treat them as second-class citizens. So I appreciate what the bill sponsors are trying to make a bill that works here, but it still seems to be lacking how the real world actually operates. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is a good amendment for causing one to stop and read what the bill does when. It amends the re-engrossed bill, page 52, that's the last page of the bill. It says, act subject to petition, effective date applicability. Line 12, and you got to read all this together. You've got to start at about line 8. It says, sections 23, 26, and 34 of this act, and section 24, 1.9, 104.3a, introductory portion, and 3A1 in section 28 of this act, take effect at 12:01 a.m. on the day following the expiration of the 90-day period after adjournment of the General Assembly, and the remainder of the act takes effect July 1, 2024. This changes it to July 1, 2025. So instead of it being a little over a year from now, it'll be 2 years from now. And except if a referendum petition is filed pursuant to Section 1.3 of Article 5. This is the petition clause. It is a curious choice by the sponsors of the bill not to have some kind of safety clause here. I mean, I respect their choice, but it's curious to me because I generally, in criminal and juvenile justice matters, think that they're urgent enough. Now, we put things out a ways sometimes to make it possible for things to get implemented properly and smoothly, and I get that, but sort of like taking it out 2 years is interesting. But it also causes you to look at how that plays with everything else here. Sections 23, 26, and 34 of the Act are going to be, it's rare to have a petition. So what is Section 23 about? Because those things are going to happen, and then the rest of it isn't going to happen for 2 years. 23 is about a memorandum of understanding with local agents, local level interagency oversight groups, and so forth, and says, and it talks about CMP, but you get down to the new language, and it says, to meet the requirements in subsection 1A of this section, a county department of human or social services may collaborate with one or more nearby county departments of human or social services when entering into memorandums of understanding, provide a local collaborative management program. Each county department of human or social services must participate in a local collaborative management program. So they're going to have to create the program, and I guess we're going to give them 2 years to do it. That's what this kind of all says. It does say, on or before December 1, 2023, the State Department of Human Services shall develop and make available to the parties specified in 1A a model memorandum of understanding based on the requirements. My guess is that means that nobody out there in the counties is going to do much until they see their model memorandum of understanding. So I think it's probably wise to put this out to 2024. But that's what 23 does. Then you have to find 26. 26 is technical assistance. Some of the language is already in existence there. The Department of Human Services shall develop and implement training for counties participating in the local collaborative management program. And then adds on language about strategies to address needs of children 10 years of age or older but under 13 years of age who come in contact with law enforcement. Interesting. Interesting. Why do I say it's interesting? Because there are pieces of this bill that maybe if enacted as largely standalone development and mandatory nature of the collaborative management program in counties would improve outcomes for juveniles. I mean, there are things in the bill that could very well improve outcomes for juveniles. Those things cost money. I don't have the fiscal note right handy, but I think it's like $7.5 million. I stand to be corrected. I was told that Boulder County alone has a $1.5 million budget for their collaborative management program, and Boulder County is not nearly the largest county in Colorado. So if we're only allocating $7.5 million for the state at large and one reasonable sized county spends $1.5 million, what makes you think that that's enough? I don't know if you know how to spell unfunded mandate or not. And then section 34, that's the one right in front of this. That's just the appropriation. It becomes effective immediately. I see what the sponsors are trying to do here, and I wonder if they felt like they needed to do something, if they ought not do those pieces of the bill and require counties to get a collaborative management program up and operating. They are being used. They must be successful, or else, in the eyes of the sponsors, or else we wouldn't be trying to create them all over the place. It would be a way of improving outcomes, because the current system with CMP has the enforcement mechanism of juvenile adjudication. As the good senator from Weld County says, be an eye on this. But it doesn't change the overall tenor of the bill. It does serve, however, its offering has been very useful to me to focus my thinking on what is it in this bill that with some development and some thought and some funding would improve outcomes. And it is to encourage, create, even mandate CMPs throughout the state. But that takes some doing. It takes some doing. And I wonder if getting them operating and doing well in 64 counties, many of which have problems with juveniles as well, but aren't Front Range counties with the providers necessary to do it. Will it be a challenge? I think the answer is yes. But vote aye on this amendment.
The motion is the adoption of Amendment L159. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it, and L159 is adopted. There is an amendment at the desk. Ms. Cole, will you please read L199?
Amendment L199 by Senator Coleman.
Coleman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L199.
Any discussion on the amendment?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This requires any form containing a victim's identifying information must be redacted except for their name, if shared with anybody other than the victim, unless the victim has given consent. This is based on input from victims' advocates that we heard. Ultimately, again, protection of victims' identifying information. We ask for an aye vote.
Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, this bill is a little, or this amendment's a little more straightforward. In the re-engrossed bill, line 19 after the period, you add something, so you're not striking things or anything else, so it's pretty straightforward. The contact information for a victim and any other identifying information of the victim other than the victim's name must be redacted on any copy of the information form provided to a person who is not the victim. There is already a redaction practice. I think there's concern that maybe they wouldn't continue. I don't know why this is necessary. I would say, okay, fine, and it's inconsequential. It should be the practice anyway, and I think would be the practice anyway, but okay.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion is the adoption of Amendment L199. All in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it, and L199 is adopted. There is an amendment at the desk. Ms. Cole, will you please read L164?
Amendment
Senator
L164.
Coleman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We move L164.
Any discussion on the amendment?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This requires that a victim's identifying information, except for their name, again, must be redacted before it is disclosed, unless the victim has given their consent. This amendment also clarifies that a child's records, statements, or history with the local CMP are not admissible as evidence, cannot be subpoenaed in court, which is modeled on existing protections for kids when they are screened for detention or diversion. Again, confidentiality and record protection for victims and 10 to 12-year-olds. We ask for an aye vote.
Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this has two subparagraphs. You go to page 36 after line 13. Really, you have to go back looking for the beginning. Wow. It goes on for, this section seems to go on for pages. I think it's section 24, duties of individualized service and support teams, talking about local CMPs, what they do, and then it goes on and on, a lot there about what the support team does, describes its, as they say, its duties, responsibilities. You keep going. I'm on page 30 and 31. About what happens if they don't participate, and it's all about how the CMP program works. Then you get to 36. You see that the House made a lot of changes here. A lot of things about victims and so forth. So after line 13, and this goes back up if you look It really goes all the way back to page 35, where it says a service provider who is and continues to be officially and professionally involved in the care of the child who is the subject of the record, but only with regard to information that the service provider has to need to know in order to fill the service provider. So it's about releasing information. It talks about counselors, mental health professionals, victims advocates, clergy members, educators. So then, and again, you're going back in the numbers here to try to make sense of how this operates with the bill. And you almost go back to page 30 again. So you add these provisions. The first one says information disclosed pursuant to subsection 11 of this section. Well, wow. You got to go to subsection 11. And that's about only the following persons have access to records. So information disclosed pursuant to subsection 11 must not include the contact information of a victim or any identifying information of a victim unless the victim consents to sharing any information. So that makes sense. The fact that it's not there now but is added would indicate that there wasn't a lot of thought in the drafting of the bill about victims. I mean, I'm not being critical, but things work their way into bills at different times, depending on what the proposer of the bill would be thinking about or the stakeholders. So this is a good protection. Then 13 says, notwithstanding. I love that word, notwithstanding. You know that they're about to say, well, whatever else we said doesn't matter. Notwithstanding any other provision of law to the contrary, a child's records, so this, when you see the word child here, you're talking about the juvenile who's done some bad things and found themselves in the collaborative management program. A child's record statements or history with the local collaborative management program are not, without the child's consent, admissible as evidence in any adjudication or criminal hearing in which the child is accused and are not subject to subpoena or any other court proceeding or for any other purpose. That's interesting because I think it's overly broad. I think there probably ought to be some exceptions for when the child's statements to the collaborative management program ought to be admissible. I mean, you might have allegations by that child about their parents having abused them. And it says, are not subject to subpoena or any other court proceeding or for any other purpose. I mean, you had me going as far as any adjudicatory or criminal hearing in which the child is accused, because I think that's the notion that if the child is going to participate in the collaborative management program, you want them to be fully forthcoming. You want them to tell the counselor or whoever is part of the program everything. And you don't want them having been told by their lawyer, because remember we had the child's right to counsel earlier. You don't want them being told, be careful what you say in there, they can use it against you. You don't want that. So that's good. But this part about, and are not subject to subpoena, that means the child couldn't be asked to come and testify, even if the child said something that implicated his or her parents in a crime or abuse of that particular child. You say without the child's consent. Well, the child could consent, but these things and it's not just calling the child him or herself to be on the stand. It would be a child's records, statements, or history. So it seems to me this is the abusive parental shield law. Because we know that, unfortunately, many of these children come from abusive situations, which is why they act out. They may have been, I think one of the sponsors of the bill said children who commit these kinds of sex crimes may have been sexually abused themselves. What if their statement was made to a counselor or someone who's a mandatory reporter in other contexts, notwithstanding any other provision of law? That means if the child tells a counselor who's part of the collaborative management program team something for which that counselor is a mandatory reporter, it's not admissible. It's not subject to subpoena. The people who took the notes and wrote that in their record or history, I would say that might include what people in the program heard. I just would encourage the sponsors of the amendment to think about it. You may have written this a little broad. You might have written it in a way that protects sexually abusive parents. Is that what you really want to do?
The motion is the adoption of L-164. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. No. The ayes have it, and L-164 is adopted. There is an amendment at the desk. Ms. Cole, will you please read L-151?
Amendment L151 by Senator Coleman.
Simpson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L151.
Any discussion on the amendment? Senator Simpson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This clarifies that the ISST, the Individualized Service and Support Teams, must review all referrals to 10 to 12-year-olds in accordance with the timeframes established by DHS and must prioritize referrals that involve a victim. Timeframes for reviewing and prioritizing referrals to CMPs. Ask for an aye vote on L151.
Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, again, in keeping with what I'm trying to do here, not having seen these amendments, I certainly accept what the sponsors say is here, but it's always a brief description and it's not been sort of vetted and analyzed. This amends the read and gross bill at page 27, line 24. So, you're at section 24 too, by the way, as well. At line 24, you really have a provision that starts up at line 19, says an individualized service and support team, that's part of the collaborative management program, shall review all referrals to the local collaborative management program for children 10 years of age or older but under 13 who are referred through the submission of an information form for children under 13 years of age created in section 24.1.9 1027 period, and you strike that and you substitute created in section 24, 1.9, 102.7, comma, in accordance with the timeframes and procedures established by the Department of Human Services, which shall prioritize referrals that involve a victim. So, that does respond, I suspect, to a concern by victim advocates groups. An individual service and support team shall review all referrals in the age group. And they're going to prioritize the referrals. So I suppose that takes care of the rights of victims and makes the bill marginally better, but it doesn't go to the core of what the bill is all about. It just, and I shouldn't say just, but it picks up some of the things that did not happen in the original drafting to protect victims, and so that's a good thing.
The motion is the Senator Van Winkle.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this does deal, and I'm on the re-engrossed bill, with Section 24, and what Section 24 is dealing with is the local collaborative management programs, but more specifically the individualized service and support teams. So what this section does is it says the individualized service and support team, it says that every collaborative management program must create one of these teams within it. And then within those teams, it says they must have them, but it doesn't really say exactly what they must do. It says the individualized service and support team may refer a child to services and may establish a service and support plan for a child after meeting with the child's family, and any other relevant parties or community partners. So there's that team within the collaborative management program that may do these things. And then it says an individualized service and support team shall review all referrals to the local collaborative management program for children 10 years of age or older, but under 13 years of age, who are referred through the submission of an information form for children under 13 years of age created in the section 24.1.109, and then now we're amending in accordance with the timeframes and procedures established by the Department of Human Services, which shall prioritize referrals that involve a victim. Now, this is a key point here, that it is in accordance with the timeframes established by the Department of Human Services. So what we're referring to here is a victim on line 4 here, may be the victim who, and we've heard, of course, going back to the testimony, who's been shot, they've been stabbed, they've been beaten, they've been perhaps sexually assaulted, and the person accused of those crimes is being referred to the Department of Human Services, and we're telling Human Services to prioritize those referrals involving a victim. That seems like something that we shouldn't necessarily need to do in state law. But here we are doing it. Again, taking victims and trying to give them a bit of a hand up here from the Department of Human Services, but again, it seems to fall short for that person that is a victim of a crime, who may be paralyzed or stabbed or injured or sexually abused. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
The motion is the adoption of L-151. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it, and L-151 is adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. Ms. Cole, will you please read L150?
Amendment L150.
Senator
by-
Simpson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L150.
Any discussion on the amendment? Senator Simpson.
Mr. Chair, this amendment requires that ISSTs must meet no later than 30 days after the ISST determines that the child or family is not complying with the service plan. Again, this was crafted out of input from victims advocates. I ask for an aye vote on L150.
Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This amendment is kind of in the heart of the bill, where you have, starting at 27, you have this duties of the what's now referred to as it will become a new acronym in this business, the Individual Service and Support Team, the ISST. These businesses make more acronyms than the United States Space Force does. I'll pick on them. Never mind the United States Navy. And so the section here sets all that up, and you go over and you see a whole set of things, and then you get to page 31. You're dealing with if after the language reads, if after the service and support team determines participation is within the child or family member's capacity and resources pursuant to subsection 9A of this section, and the child or family member continues to fail to substantially participate in the recommended services, the individual service and support team shall hold a meeting. All right. They'll hold a meeting. That's where we are. Shall hold a meeting. This amendment says strike meeting, period, and substitute meeting in accordance with the timeframes and procedures established by the Department of Human Services, which shall not exceed 30 days after the service and support team makes the determination. Okay. Okay. It's a kind of amendment that needs to be put in the bill, but it does indicate that, and I don't think, by the way, I don't think that the Ledge Legal Services drafter is responsible for this omission that requires us to say, well, hold a meeting. Are you just going to, going to do like we used to do over in the House with House appropriations? We just have a meeting in the well. We just have a committee meeting. It's like they hold a meeting and they just meet on the street corner. What are the rules of that meeting? I kind of tend to think that someone outside the building drafted this, or someone outside the Ledge Legal Services drafted this, and it came, but no one said. And so now somebody did say, well, maybe we need to know how the meeting will be conducted and where the meeting will be and when the meeting will be. So the easy answer, and it is probably appropriate, would be in accordance with the timeframes and procedures established by DHS. But we don't want to give them too much latitude because they might say 45 days or 60 days or 1 year. Shall not exceed 30 days after the service and support team makes the determination. By the way, during that meeting, this meeting that's going to be held within 30 days now under this amendment, the county department or social services shall determine whether to provide prevention and intervention services in accordance with the rules adopted by the State Board of Human Services. And on. Where you end up here is, as we heard during testimony from an assistant county attorney, you end up in a funnel that funnels you to dependency and neglect proceedings. But at least we have an amendment that completes the thought, hold a meeting. And it gives some definition to who and how and where the meeting will be held. So I guess it's worthwhile.
Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Let's just start off with Section 24 in totality. Duties of individualized service and support teams. It says a local collaborative management program must create one or more individualized service and support teams. The individualized service and support team may refer a child to services and may establish a service and support plan for a child after meeting with the child's family, and any other relevant party or community partners. So an individualized service and support team shall review all referrals to the local collaborative management program for children 10 years of age or older, but under 13 years of age, who are referred through the submission of an information form for children under 13 years of age. The information form for children under 13 age or any other form created by a local collaborative management program may be used by multiple agencies to refer children 10 years of age or older but under 13 years of age to a local collaborative management program. Law enforcement shall refer these children to the local collaborative management program pursuant to Section 19-2.5-203. So here's what we think about interagency oversight groups. First of all, these are supposed to be part of the collaborative management program. An interagency oversight group is not a direct service provider. They oversee the local collaborative management program, and they're not a direct service provider. So I'm not even sure who's on the interagency oversight group, because it's not like they just have these people sitting around waiting for a referral to come. That's not what happens. So you have an interagency oversight group that oversees the local collaborative management program. They're not a direct service provider, yet we've got them doing all these things that they don't do, that they don't normally do. And then this amendment comes along and says, if after the service and support team determines participation is within the child's or family member's capacity and resources pursuant to this section, the child or family member continues to fail to substantially, and the child or family member continues to fail to substantially participate in the recommended services, the individualized service and support team shall hold a meeting in accordance with timelines and procedures established by the Department of Human Services, which shall not exceed 30 days after the service and support teams makes the determination. So after the service and support team determines participation is within the child or the family member's capacity and resources pursuant to 9A of this section, and the child or family member continues to fail to substantially participate, the individualized support team shall now have to hold a meeting within 30 days after they make that determination. And the County Department of Human Services shall participate in the meeting. The child and the child's family must be given sufficient notice of the meeting in order to attend the meeting. The meeting must occur even if the child or child family does not attend. What are they going to do? What are they supposed to be doing here? During the meeting, pursuant to subsection 9B of this section, the County Department of Human Services shall determine whether to provide prevention and intervention services in accordance with the rules adopted by the State Board of Human Services, or whether the County Department of Human Services shall conduct an assessment or investigation pursuant to the rules. So just so we're clear, because I'm not really all that clear yet. So an individualized service and support team shall create an initial plan that is child-centered for every child who is 10 years of age or older but under 13 years of age and is referred to the local collaborative management program through the submission of an information form for children under 13 years of age. The initial plan may indicate that no services are needed, that one or more specific services are needed and can be provided without a meeting, or that an individualized service and support team meeting must occur to develop a service and support plan for the child. Is anyone else lost here? I mean, are we all trying to follow this through? Because, first of all, we have a collaborative management program that has an oversight committee, an oversight agency group. And the oversight agency group that oversees the collaborative management program must create one or more individualized service and support teams. What if none of the voluntary people want to be on the support team? What if, for example, and these are mandatory members of the collaborative management program, what if the service organization for the provision of treatment services for alcohol and drug abuse, they don't want to be on the team? What if the domestic violence program, as defined in a different section of law, they don't want to be on the team? What if the district attorney says, I can't be on the team, and they don't offer any services anyways, and the judge isn't going to be on the team, the judicial districts and probation services aren't going to be on the team, aren't going to be on a individualized service and support team? And then you have other people, other community members that could be on the team, but maybe they decide they're not going to be on the team, so you can't even get a team developed in the first place. And then the individualized support team refers a child to services. Who's paying for that? That is an unfunded mandate. So who is paying for those services? It's not defined in this law. I mean, this whole bill is just crazy to me. And then the individualized support team reviews the referrals. Of course, now you've got to put a team together because they don't just have these teams sitting around waiting. That's not what happens. So you have to put a team together from a referral. Hopefully you can get a team together. And an individualized service and support team shall review all referrals to the local collaborative management program for these children. And they have to look at an information form. Who knows what that means? Because the form hasn't been developed yet. Law enforcement is going to refer these children to the local collaborative management program. Let's see. School, a family resource center, a child advocacy center, the County Department of Human Services, a mandatory reporter. Such agencies shall include but are not limited to. So you've got to get a school to participate. What if they say no? What if they just say no, we're not going to participate? In Weld County, there are 16 school districts. So we're going to have to find one of them, I guess, to say yes. A family resource center, a child advocacy center, the Department of Human Services. What if the Department of Human Services says no? Agencies may use the information form for the children. To refer a child under the age of 18, an agency may use the information form to refer a child under 13 created pursuant to this section. Then they can refer a child under the age of 18 who is a victim of the alleged conduct by the child 10 years of age or older, but under 13 years of age, to a local collaborative management program. Okay, so all these people are getting referred. An individualized service and support team shall create an initial plan that is child-centered. So what happens, though, if you can't get, after local law enforcement refers a child 10 years of age or older, but under 13, to the local collaborative management program pursuant to this section? And they have to create this specialized team who includes a school district, a family resource center, a child advocacy center, a county department of human services, a mandatory reporter. Has to include all those people. And let's say they can't get that team together, or let's say they do. An individualized and service and support team shall create an initial plan that is child-centered for every child, referred to the local collaborative management program through the submission of information form. The initial plan may indicate that no services are needed, that one or more specific services are needed and can be provided without a meeting, or that an individualized service and support team meeting must occur to develop a service and support plan for the child. So they might create an initial plan, they may not. The initial plan may indicate that no services are needed, or they may say that the initial plan isn't enough, so then they have to get together and develop a service and support plan for the child. And if the information form for the children under 13 years of age indicates that a child engaged in either behavior that constitutes a crime of violence as defined in 18-1.3-406, or unlawful sexual behavior as defined in section 16-22-102, that would be considered a felony offense if committed by an adult. The individualized service and support team shall hold a meeting and develop a service and support plan regardless of any factors included on the information form. If a child who is 10 years of age or older but under 13 of age is referred to a local collaborative management program 3 or more times during a period of 12 months, the individualized service and support team shall hold a meeting and develop a service and support plan. The individualized service and support team may refer a child who is over 10 years of age but under 13 to a treatment provider approved by the Sex Offender Management Board. Wow, all this stuff happens. And if the child or the family member continues to fail to substantially participate in the recommended services, so we've gone through all this stuff now, and they decide they're just not going to continue, they're going to fail to substantially participate, the individualized service and support team shall hold a meeting in accordance with timeframes developed by the Department of Human Services, assume that's the State Department of Human Services, hold a meeting within a time frame that shall not exceed 30 days after they've made that after the service and support team have made that determination. So after we've gone through all of this other stuff, and the child still says, or the family member still says they're not going to participate, there's yet up to another 30 days that they have to meet. But who pays for all this? Who's paying for all these services? And then this goes back to the portion in the bill that starts off on page 22 that says, local representatives of each agency and county departments of human services or social services, now instead of may, shall, according to this bill, shall enter into memorandums of understanding that are designed to promote a collaborative system of local level interagency oversight groups. Again, you cannot force, the state cannot force the county or the judicial district or any of the other mandatory partners to a collaborative management program to sign an MOU. And the county and the collaborative management program don't necessarily have the wherewithal to develop these local support groups. So why are we even doing this amendment? What is the purpose of the amendment? I guess I never got that. We're just putting in here a time frame that they can't exceed 30 days after they've gone through all of this other stuff. They can't just make it a determination that says the parents aren't going to participate, the child isn't going to participate. Now they have to go yet another 30 days. They have to hold a meeting. And the County Department of Social Services has to participate in the meeting. The family has to be given sufficient notice of the meeting in order that they can attend the meeting, and the meeting must occur even if the child or the child's family does not attend. So what's the purpose in having a meeting? They've already decided they're not coming to anything. They've already decided they're failing to substantially participate in any of the recommended services. So what's the point? I'd say vote no on L150.
The motion is the adoption of L150. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it, and L150 is adopted. There is an amendment at the desk. Ms. Cole, will you please read L152?
Amendment L152.
Senator Simpson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L152.
Any discussion on the amendment?
Mr. Chair, L152 allows county departments of human services to excuse a local agency or entity from participating in the CMP for good cause. Ask for support of L152.
Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, page 22, line 25. So we're dealing here with the memorandum of understanding, and this is actually existing language. It says local representatives of each of the agencies specified in this subsection 1A and county departments of human or social services shall enter into a memorandum of understanding that are designed to promote a collaborative system of local level interagency oversight groups and individualized service and support teams to coordinate and manage the provision of services to children and families who would benefit from integrated multi-agency services. The memorandums, I think it's memoranda, but of understanding entered into pursuant to this subsection 1 must be between interested county departments of human or social services and local representatives of each of the following agencies or entities. Now you get to entities, and I don't have Title 24, 1.9102 in front of me, but it doesn't really say what good cause is. And why those agencies should be excused. I can see many of them saying we just don't have the resources to do that, to participate. And if that were the case, it would seem like good cause, but it sort of defeats the purpose. It sort of defeats the purpose. We already have county departments that are going to be underfunded to do the whole program, and they're going to be prevailing on a list of agencies that I don't have in front of me. 24.1.9102 has that list of agencies. And I just imagine that they're going to say, we'd love to help. This is what we do. This is our mission. But we don't have the people to do it. Is that good cause? I don't know. What's good cause? Good cause is in the eye of the beholder, I suppose. So it pretty much means that the County Department of Social Services can excuse anybody they want to, or not. I mean, that's an interesting thing as well, or not. So what if a director says, I don't think that's good cause? Do they get to appeal to the county commissioners? Don't think so. Do they get to appeal to someone? What if they have a director of county human services that is under a lot of pressure and he or she just says, I'm not excusing anybody. No cause is good enough for me. Whenever anybody says good cause in a statute, I always say, well, you might want to define what good cause is. Otherwise, it's just in the eye of the beholder. But okay.
Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, it's not enough that we've put in a bill that isn't ready for prime time. That's not enough. It's not enough that we went and said, collaborative management program, we know you were supposed to be a preventive program, but we're going to turn you into an intervention program. We're going to mess up everything that we've been doing since 2004 because we just got to find something else. And we have 2 years. Now we've given you, because we got an amendment on here, it says you've got 2 years to go through and figure this out and make some changes. That's not enough. Now we're going to start dismantling or allowing county departments of human services to go through and dismantle the whole mandatory partner process of the collaborative management system. A lot of time was spent putting together the collaborative management program. It started with pilot programs in 5 counties in 2004. Started with pilot programs to see if this actually would work and actually divert children from the child welfare system. The collaborative management program is not meant to be an intervention program. It is not meant to be used in this way. And that's even more obvious by this amendment, by Amendment L152, that says a county Department of Human Social Services determines good cause exists unless a County Department of Human or Social Services determines good cause exists to excuse a listed agency or entity. Okay, let me just back up here and explain to everybody how it works when memorandums of understanding or intergovernmental agreements are executed. They are not executed by a department of the county. They are executed by the Board of County Commissioners. So this amendment, to some degree, is worthless because a county department cannot excuse anyone from an MOU, Memorandum of Understanding, or from an intergovernmental agreement with the county. That is only underneath the purview of the Board of County Commissioners. But this gets back to where I was talking before. In this bill, we have local representatives of each of the agencies specified in this subsection, which apparently now we're going to try and say that the County Department of Human Services can do away with. It says county departments of human services, social services shall enter into memorandums of understanding. Well, for that to happen, the Board of County Commissioners has to agree. And they have to be, because it's within their purview, to create memorandums of understanding, not the Department of Human Services. It's got to go to the Board of County Commissioners. but it's saying shall enter into an MOU. Nowhere does the state have the authority to tell a Board of County Commissioners that they have to enter into a memorandum of understanding. That is not in the state's purview to do that. So that is a fundamental flaw in this legislation to begin with. We cannot, the state cannot tell the Department of Human Services, who falls underneath the Board of County Commissioners, that they shall enter into a memorandum of understanding. Let me just a second, please. So, for those of you who are not familiar with the law, not only does the Constitution refer to the Board of County Commissioners' powers with regard to overseeing everything within the county, but within our law, in Section 30-11-1071, the Board of County Commissioners of each county has the power at any meeting to establish policies and procedures regarding entering into contracts binding onto the county, and to delegate its power to enter into such contracts pursuant to such policies and procedures where amounts specified in such policies and procedures and where such contracts otherwise comply with limits and requirements set forth in such policies and procedures. So one, it is not the Human Services Department. Two, it is not the state of Colorado. We cannot mandate, we cannot put a shall enter into a memorandum of understanding. Now, as a state, we can say that give an incentive. We can give an incentive to counties to enter into a memorandum of understanding. We can say we're going to provide funding only if you enter into this memorandum of understanding. And as a state, if we do it here in the General Assembly, we can prescribe it in statute, or we can tell the State Department of Human Services by rule to put together the form, what needs to be in a memorandum of understanding. But the state does not have the authority or the purview to require, mandate, or otherwise say shall enter into a memorandum of understanding. Furthermore, the state doesn't have the authority to tell the judicial districts, including probation services, that they have to enter into an MOU or an intergovernmental agreement. Nor does the state have the authority or purview to require that the health department, whether it's a county or district public health agency, that they are compelled to enter into a memorandum of understanding or an intergovernmental agreement. State doesn't have that authority. State doesn't have the authority to tell comprehensive behavioral health safety net provider, behavioral health organization. Well, they could tell the Division of Youth Services, but they can't tell those other people, those other entities, that they have to enter into a memorandum of understanding. They cannot compel, just like they can't compel the Board of County Commissioners, they can't compel the judicial district, school district, any of those other mandatory partners to enter into a memorandum of understanding. They can't do it. It's not within law. And for counties, it's not within the Constitution. The state does not get to run the county. Just ask Governor Polis when he kept saying that the counties were going to enforce his executive orders. And he got a flat out no. Counties do not enforce state executive orders. Just ask Governor Polis when he thought he could tell counties that we had to shut our counties down, close our offices, and send our employees home. And we told him no, because the state does not run the county. So it's the same thing here. You have in your bill here that the state is going to require that the county shall enter into a memorandum of understanding. Not may, but shall. That's a fatal flaw in this bill. Even if this bill should pass, the counties can tell you to go pound sand. They do not have to create a collaborative management program. They don't have to create a regional one either. And if a county doesn't have one now, they don't have to go create one anywhere, because the state cannot require that. Just like the state can't require judicial districts. We do not have authority. I don't care if you put it into law or not. You do not have the authority as a state, as a General Assembly, to require judicial districts, like probation services, to enter into a memorandum of understanding. Beyond our purview. It's beyond our purview. And then the law says that there are mandatory partners. And the way this works in a collaborative management, because key word here is collaborative, that these agencies all want to come together. And you know, they all have veto power here on creating the collaborative management program in the first place. Every single one of these mandatory partners. So in the case of Will County, that's the one I'm most familiar with, so I'm just going to keep using it. If we can't get one of the 16 school districts to be a mandatory partner and sign off on the agreement and the MOU, there is no collaborative management program. So when we have this amendment that says a county department can excuse them, that is contrary to what is in law. Okay. All right. So I was getting to the best part of the argument, but that's okay. I never even got to get to any of my amendments. But again, there is a lot of problems with this bill. A lot of problems with this bill. The way that we are piecemealing it with amendments doesn't fix it. In fact, it actually causes more problems. No one at this point that is involved in a collaborative management system likes this bill. Law enforcement doesn't like the bill. District attorneys don't like the bill. CCI, CML, they don't like the bill. I would urge a no vote on the amendment.
The motion is adoption of Amendment L152. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it, and 152 is adopted. We'll stay on this. Majority Leader Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move the balance of the calendar layover until tomorrow, Tuesday, May 2nd.
The motion is for the balance of the calendar to be laid over until tomorrow, Tuesday, May 2nd. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the balance will be laid over. Majority Leader Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move the committee rise and report.
The motion is to rise and report. All in favor say aye. All opposed, no. The ayes definitely have it, and the committee will rise and report.
You want this? Senate will come to order. Senator Henriksen.
Thank you, Mr. President. The committee has had a couple of bills under consideration. Will the clerk please read the report?
Members, we're waiting on the report. However, coat rule is relaxed given the hour. Get comfortable. But put your shoes back on, Senator Pelton.
Mr. President, your committee of the whole begs leave to report it has had under consideration the following attached bills, being the second reading thereof, and makes the following recommendations thereon. House Bill 1233 is amended, passed on second reading, and ordered, revised, and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. House Bill 1249 is amended, House Bill 1120, House Bill 1190, Senate Bill 296 laid over until May 2nd, 2023, and retaining their place on the calendar.
Senator Henriksen.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the report.
There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read amendment, Cow Amendment 1 to Senate Bill, or House Bill 1233?
Cal Amendment 1
Senator
to...
Winter.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Cal Amendment 001.
To the amendment.
During debate on 1233, we talked about the need to define disproportionately impacted communities and be consistent throughout our statute, and also be consistent with the federal government to obtain more federal funding. Within the drafting of that, there was some inconsistencies, and so this is the same amendment we voted on second, just drafted better. And I encourage you to vote.
The question before the body is the adoption of Cow Amendment 1 to House Bill 1233. Are there any no votes? Senators Van Winkle, Will, Baisley, Rich, Minority Leader Lundin, Smallwood, Pelton B. Senator Simpson, was your hand up? Simpson, Gardner, Kirkmeyer. With a vote of 25 ayes, 10 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, Cow Amendment 1 is adopted. There is another amendment on the desk. Will the clerk please read Cow Amendment 1 to House Bill 1249?
Cal Amendment 1 to House Bill
Paul.
1249. Senator
Lundy.
Lundin moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to show that the following amendment, House Bill 1249, did pass, and then House Bill 1249. as
Senator
amended.
Lundin.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good evening. Not quite good morning yet. I withdraw Cow Amendment 1.
Cow Amendment 1 has been withdrawn. The motion is the adoption of the Committee of the Whole report. Are there any no votes? Senators Van Winkle, Minority Leader Lundin, Will, Baisley, Rich, Gardner, Kirkmeyer, Smallwood, Pelton R, Pelton B. With a vote of 25 ayes, 10 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, Committee of the Whole report is adopted. House Bill 1233 is amended, passed on second reading, and ordered revised, and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. House Bill 1249 is amended, House Bill 1120, 1190, and Senate Bill 296 laid over until May 2nd and retaining their place on the calendar. Message from the governor.
Monday, May 1st, 2023, Colorado Senate. The honorable members of the Colorado Senate, pursuant to the authority vested in the office of the Governor of the State of Colorado, I have the honor to inform you that I have approved and filed with the Secretary of State the following acts. Senate Bill 180, restore current pay periods for state employees, approved on Monday, May 1st, 2023 at 2:30 p.m. Senate Bill 183, local government provision of communication services, approved on Monday, May 1st, 2023 at 2:30 p.m. Senate Bill 20, timely certified death certificate, approved on Monday, May 1st, 2023 at 2:30 p.m. Senate Bill 232, unemployment insurance premiums, allocation, federal law compliance, approved on Monday, May 1st, 2023 at 2:30 p.m. Senate Bill 185, Sunset Noxious Weed Advisory Committee, approved on Monday, May 1st, 2023 at 2:30 p.m. Senate Bill 156, Sunset Private Letter Ruling and Information Letter, approved on Monday, May 1st, 2023 at 2:30 p.m. Senate Bill 90, Uniform Commercial Code 2022 amendments, approved on Monday, May 1st, 2023 at 2:30 p.m. Sincerely, Jerry Polis, Governor.
In response to a request from the House for a conference committee on House Bill 1002, the Senate conferees are Senators Roberts as the chair, Buckner and Smallwood as members on the first conference committee on House Bill 1002. Congratulations. Announcements. Senator Henriksen.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, I know a morning committee after a night like today is like watching a warm-up band after a Saturday night at Lollapalooza. And nothing could be as entertaining as hearing the electrical code written out loud. But if you want to attend, the Capital Development Committee will meet tomorrow, Tuesday, May 2nd, starting at 8:40 a.m. in SCR 357 to hear House Bill 23-1060 under Senate Rule 42.
Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, the Senate Judiciary Committee will meet tomorrow upon adjournment. This will be the first time this legislative session that the Senate Judiciary Committee meets on our Tuesday upon adjournment meeting. So mark your calendars for this joyous occasion. We will be hearing the following bills: House Bill 1280, House Bill 1268, House Bill 1222, House Bill 1214, House Bill 1286, House Bill 1292, Senate Bill 158, and House Bill 1293. Thank you, Mr. President.
Further announcements. Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. President. Tomorrow morning, we coming in here at 10 or 9? Tomorrow morning at 7:30 a.m., the Appropriations Committee will hear House Bill 1013, 1088, 1107, 1133, 1138, 1158, 1210, 1215, 1247, 1252, 1267, 1270, 1299, and Senate Bill 303.
Majority Leader Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. President. Seeing no further announcements, I move that the Senate adjourn until tomorrow, May 2nd at 9 a.m.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the Senate will adjourn until 9 a.m. Tuesday, May 2nd.